An idiot.
What's absurd, that we can see too far?
Did you expect us to construct this megalithon? It's just retarded. It's dumb.
All right, I'm
Nobody
gonna get
has
rid
the
of
time. Nobody has the
it.
time and energy or the money to do that.
Nobody has the time or energy. People go and do it all the time. Just use your camera.
Nobody's gonna build a whole fucking machine to do all this garbage you're asking.
What machine do you need? What special machine do you need?
Listen, man. I'm just happy you don't work at NASA. I'm happy you don't
My
work at
dad
any.
worked at NASA, by the way.
Oh
Thanks for enjoying it.
my god. So your dad is a flat earther?
He's dead.
You know, if he was alive, he would be ashamed of you.
Why is that?
Because you're a donkey.
Oh, I see. You don't know what I do for a living. He would be pooping his pants if he knew what I did right now. He knew what I did. Then he died, but I'm way more advanced into my career.
What these all exist.
So enjoy all of your electronics that come out. Thank flat earthers for that ability for you to have that stuff.
Show me the earth is flat.
Your little YouTube video, dude, with the nerd like swinging the lacrosse ball around like a complete idiot. Dude, doesn't isn't that dude? It makes my head hurt even thinking that anybody is that stupid. And you're actually watching him using it as proof of something, proof that you're literally like retarded.
I gave you a whole
Dude,
playlist.
he said Chat GPT before, so you know he's pretty much a special kind of guy.
So you guys are just micro-pleading? Alright.
Basically, the guy, he gets a little bit of moisture on a ball, and he like holds it up and like pushes it through the air, swinging it around, mumbling nonsense, saying, "This is the same thing. This is the same thing as a globe spinning through freaking a vacuum with trillions of gallons of water sticking to the surface." Oh, Jesus. You poor man.
What did you say?
Like reopening our website for more details.
Right. But later, you can understand information
Yeah.
Okay, which one of your best dads? Oh, it's my brother, Dr. Jordan Peterson. How are you? Hello, which one of you retards think the earth is freaking flat? Who is it? Speak for yourself. Oh, my Allah.
Earthers.
I
Became
don't shut the fuck
other
up, you're
fl-
getting muted.
Yeah, fuck you, bitch.
You can't be a
About it, buddy.
shithead.
No need for a name
Can't,
calling, man.
Say
can't
something
be a
sexist so I can
shithead.
clip you.
You can't be a shithead and also be smart. Also.
So we're now talking about the sky going two different directions. It doesn't do that. The stars just go east to west. Counterclockwise and clockwise are relative
Yep.
motions. It all depends which way you're facing when you look at something, right? So if I'm looking north, right, I'm going to see apparent counterclockwise motion of the sky, right? If I turn around, my right is now going to be where my left was. So now it's going to be clockwise, even though it's just going east to west, and it doesn't
Stop
fucking
talking.
matter where I
Yeah,
am.
so you're basically a sun gazer, bro. I guarantee you. Like, look at your profile picture.
Is
I
the
tell you
sun
you're a sun
also
gazer.
6 miles away from the Earth?
Yeah,
So good
let's
straw.
hope
The
that sun
firmament?
gazing
think so.
helps you.
Good straw, man.
I could take a piss, but I can't take a piss forever.
We've heard you. Go take a piss. Shut the fuck up, please.
Well, it must be another
Was that
piss guy.
English?
No, it's a version of English called Scottish.
Yeah, if that's what you're gonna call it.
Well, that's what it's called, Scottish.
You're fucking unintelligible.
You're a
If you're gonna
fucking
call it
mute.
English, you might as well be speaking fucking Spanish, my friend.
Well,
You're not speaking
you're not.
English.
Well, see, the thing is, you're not going to be able to speak anything because you're muted. Bye.
That was fast.
You know, think about like flat earthers. You know, you think a lie, but you don't believe
So
the truth.
instead of talking about the fact that we know the Earth is flat, you want to talk about flat earthers.
No, it's just like like a scientist has fully told me, if you can't attack the argument, you can't attack the truth. You can't attack the person. If you attack the person, that means you're weak. You're very weak.
Exactly.
You've
That's
always
why
been
I'm
weak.
muted.
It's just the thing is like flat earthers.
But
When I
that's
think
why I'm
about
muted.
it, like you're cutting me off. Here we go. We're cutting off. Darth talked about
Well,
this.
what's trying to speak,
Talked
yeah?
about idiots.
The
Go
fuck
ahead,
you
bro.
talking
Go ahead. Speak your truth. Your truth. Your lies. Go ahead and speak it.
You stopped and then started, bro. And I already started by the time I heard the end of it. I realised you were still talking. It wasn't fucking meant.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll get muted here in a second. Give me
No, you
about
won't.
20, 30
Fuck that,
seconds.
man. Yeah. I never meant to fucking speak over you. I'm fucking sorry, yeah. Fuck's sake, what else can I say?
Take your vaccines, bro. That'd be good for you. I'm sure.
We're not going to talk about that shit.
The Harvard knows I'm
Okay,
sure
but
Australian men think, don't do this, don't do this. Don't take the
it's
vaccine,
the
bro. Do
fucking
not do
it's not
that.
a question, man.
You're
You're
not
not
an
going to sit
idiot, are you?
about other people and fucking vaccines and fucking gays and fucking whatever the fuck you want to talk about.
Do not
It's
take the
fucking,
vaccine. I'm telling you this now, or you're gonna die.
yeah, you found it
Oh my
decent.
god.
Doesn't mean you will.
Where'd you,
There's MP Wah, but he's
hey,
on
Spade, where'd you
deafened.
find this channel, man?
Is there
These
anybody
guys are
else want to
weird.
talk about the Earth?
We do have MP Wah, but he's got himself deafened. But it'd be a better conversation than this.
Even with them different. Man, I bought a pure rugged as fuck iPad case and it's not even got a part for the fucking headphones. Fucking beyond a joke.
The
Man, it's
last girl
fucking.
just came into Spiral on arrival.
Nah, she was away complaining to the mods. They muted me. Those bad flat earthers muted me.
You don't believe in science. You don't believe in any observations. You don't believe in the sky rotates two different ways. No, it doesn't.
Where does it split at? At the equator, there's some line where they do this wacky shit.
Nah, they
I
go in a
just
straight line.
Kind of like an Oreo cookie when you twist it apart.
These guys have never watched a Star Trails video in their lives, and they bring that argument over and over.
It's
It takes
crazy.
2 minutes. Just watch a Star Trails video. He points the camera one way, the other way. It shows everything that I have to keep saying to them, and they won't even watch the thing that they're talking about.
Have you noticed that they come in with they all come in with exactly the same thing?
Yeah.
Right, nothing. They come on with exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They say the stars rotate too. Oh, do they? Okay. Motion of the Earth debunked, I guess, then.
Yeah, everything seems
Yeah.
to be rotating except
Exactly.
the Earth.
I like the Oreo cookie there, Radwin.
There you go. That's exactly what they're trying to say.
My goodness. And then they'll just argue till they're stupid in the face that no, if you're in Australia, it's clockwise. It's like, no, you just turn around.
Timbo, you can use that. Anybody can use my Oreo cookie because I won't always be listening.
Listen, if you use the
Thanks, mate.
you see, all you need to do is use the analogy of the car, like standing in the road watching a car coming from your right and then crossing over, and it's still going the same way, but it's coming from the fucking left. Simple as that.
It's all it is.
But you need to speak to them like that, the stuff like that. Like children, you need to fucking have to 100% make them visualize the words that you're saying, or they're just oblivious to it, man.
Yeah. It's rough.
That,
There's
that guy earlier with the water droplets. Like,
Right.
come on, man.
Oh my god. Yeah, and then he said waves too. Yeah, curves, it has waves.
Yeah, waves.
Okay.
I don't know.
So
Waves are caused by wind. No.
So let's break it down. To figure out that the Earth was a globe, you looked at a water droplet. That's it?
Cool story, bro.
Okay,
I don't
so
have a
drop of
4
water.
kilometer rule. That was his other argument. I don't have a 4 kilometer ruler.
Oh
I don't
yeah.
need one.
So well, that's a concession too. I can't get the measurement that I'm claiming. Don't have the tools to do it. Okay, well, leave the claim to someone who has them, I guess.
Assuming you look, there you go, bro.
It's just been outrageous in here. Go ahead.
No, just going. I'm looking in the new arrivals section for 24/7, and it's been a steady. I don't know. Maybe CJ would be the man to ask if it's increased any because we're here, like the intake for 24/7. But there's somebody coming in like every 10 minutes, 4 minutes, 20 minutes, 45 minutes. It's like a steady fucking trickle of people. So
There's a
hopefully we
guy
get.
named-
Well, back on Flat Earth 24/7 on
Yeah.
our channel.
Yeah, in the arrivals section. I don't know how much if it's increased any. We'd probably have to look at the statistics for the month, like if we even last that long.
some of them are
Is
from
anyone
here.
there?
Is what?
Low Priors, that troll he joined.
Oh yeah, he's in right now. I'm looking at him.
Out here in Miami,
wild?
out here in Miami is from here. Firmamentalist is probably from here. Sounds like a triggered troll name.
What? Take it they're muted or they voluntarily muted?
Low Priors, yeah, he's okay. He showed up.
Is anyone in there talking to them? Checking them in?
I just pinged him into the lobby. There he is. Earth isn't flat because of math.
It's because God made it that way. They're gonna think he's PD talking like that. Tayo. That looks like a name from here.
I've never heard so many like triggered people talking over the top of each other. Yeah, like they just fucking as soon as they hear something, they just bounce on it and talk over the top of you.
They come in with this tactic where they're just going to steamroll the room so that nobody else can speak, right? It's something that so many of them do. Like, the guy's just going to motor mouth nonstop. It doesn't even matter what he's saying, just as long as he fills all the airwaves so that nobody else can get anything in. It's one after the next of them does that. We got Lion Jr. Are you one of those guys who does that, Lion Jr.? Please no.
No, I don't think so. Maybe sometimes I may get excited, but I don't know. I normally don't do that.
We got guys in here who get triggered all day long, and that's what they do. That's their MO. They're like, okay, I'm mad. I don't like that water is flat. I'm just going to talk and talk and talk so nobody else can say that anymore.
Oh, were you guys debating, obviously, about flat Earth?
Yeah, water's flat. Therefore, the Earth can't be a globe.
Okay, water is flat. Okay.
Well,
Okay.
how can most of the Earth's surface be water if we're a ball, bro? Like 71% supposedly. So it's like 3/4 of a ball is water trying to lay flat. Come on, man.
Oh, water is flat. That's a good point, actually. I'm really,
No, it's not that
yeah,
it's
you're right.
always
Because,
flat,
yeah.
but it's always trying to be flat and level. It's always trying to seek its equilibrium, man. And when it's left, when there's no more energy put into that system, it'll lay flat and level. That's what water does. The horizon's fucking horizontal and it's blindingly flat when you go to the beach.
Oh. Yo, yeah. I mean, water, especially ocean, if you look into it, it's like pouring water into a cup. Not literally a cup, but a bowl, for example. The surface, of course, is going to look flat. So that's how it is. So that makes sense. Good point, I think.
I think it's the best evidence any normal layperson's got. But
Yo,
then you can go,
are you guys like flat earthers?
what's that? Are we flat earthers, did you say?
Okay. Okay.
No, did you say are we? Did you ask if we were?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, man. Our server, that's
Okay.
why we used to be in here. We used to have a room in terms, but because you can make a room with the bot, you can make your own room. So I decided to make because our server's big, man. We've got 28,000. You'll find the link in my bio if you want it. As long as you're chill and you don't call, you'll be able to stay. But we are quite strict when it comes to the rules.
It's not a free for all like this one.
Like, I'm the
Yo,
only person that's got mute permissions.
yeah, I don't know, bro. I just want to say, you guys, there's one thing I admire from your community or flat Earth community, which is to fucking question. Okay, I'm not a flat earther, nor, but I respect them big time. I did not see the Earth from the space, to be honest with you, but I have my own reasons actually, apart from NASA, for believing Earth is both flat for us to live upon it, also not circular, literally spherical, right, but round, let's just say, for evidences that don't need telescopes. For me, I
Oh,
can prove it logically. Yeah.
I mean, did you say that you agree with NASA? Like, do you accept the stuff
No.
NASA
Um.
presents?
No. I mean, it's critical when you think about this topic because it's not easy, right?
No,
If I say I am a globe earther, that means I have to provide evidences for how the Earth is globe, right?
maybe. No,
So, yeah.
I was asking you specifically because when you mentioned NASA, do you accept that NASA are like
Oh,
trustworthy or truthful?
um, to be honest with you, I don't like literally follow NASA religiously like some people do, but they could be right on certain things.
Take a look in the text chat that goes alongside this room. It's Tim Peaks, the English astronaut, and you'll be able to find that high definition if you look for it on YouTube. Just Tim Peaks doing a somersault. Now you can literally see when he goes over, he gets to the top of his somersault and his feet come straight down to the ground. But he's meant to be in a zero G environment, supposedly. And the blood rushes completely to his face, showing that he was obviously upside down.
Oh, or the whole, what was it called, that what was it called, man? That, yeah, atmospheric pressure, but I forgot its name somehow. What the hell?
Tim Peaks.
Um, yeah, no, I forgot its
Bro,
name.
we don't,
Yeah.
we don't accept that space can exist whatsoever. Like, how can a vacuum support a pressurized system? We know we've got barometric pressure on Earth,
Oh, whoa,
and so
whoa,
how can we
whoa,
be
whoa,
enveloped by
whoa,
this
whoa.
near
That's a good question.
vacuum?
That's a good question. Wow. So you are talking about, yeah, we know that water, especially water, salt, oceans, for example, or seas, they have a pressure, right? That's why you can't go deeper than certain length within the sea or ocean. So yeah, you're right. What about the space? That's a good question.
But I mean, space cannot be a vacuum if we've got pressure. I mean, can you have gas pressure in the first place without containment?
No, no. What about if it doesn't have a pressure then? If the space have
So,
no pressure?
But aye, but that's what I'm saying. So if we cannot even have gas pressure without containment down here at sea level, how do we expect to have gas pressure inside a vacuum? Like when it gets up, however high up before it goes to it. I mean,
That's a good
weather
question.
balloons, they expand at like 120 odd, whatever it is, 1,000 feet. Yeah, maybe, I don't
Well,
know.
I gotta be real with you guys. That's a good question, but I don't think that NASA or SpaceX can actually map the whole universe. Actually, it's not in our uh,
They claim to
ability.
have done it. They've got like a
Yeah,
fucking huge model, man, and it tells you like everything like that supposedly that Hubble can see. They've got the entirety of all that data, supposedly, and they say that it's expanding away from each other for the Big Bang, don't they? They can
right.
rewind it all to the central point.
No, the telescope is limited. It can't map the whole universe, but I think the
No, but
only way they map.
bro. They don't like it's not. They're not optical telescopes. These things, man. Like Hubble, it takes fucking different
No,
frequencies of
I was
light.
coming for it. I was
When
coming for it.
they
No,
engineer
they
it, bro. It's
use.
not sense.
They
So yeah,
supposedly, what I heard, they use radio waves to map the whole universe, not uh, yeah, normal
super
imagery.
high
Believe that?
definition. See the really high altitude footage that they get from so it's a thing called SOFIA, stratospheric observation, whatever the fuck it is, and it's a plane and it's all liquid cooled for to negate any kind of vibration when they're taking these fucking images, whatever's above. It's definitely not a vacuum. That's the point.
Okay. I will tell you one thing. W- Was there any flat earther who said, you know what, I'm going to test this and I'm going to go with NASA because I would like to, I'm looking for such a thing, someone who really put this to the test, the globe Earth, as a flat earther and said, hey, I'm going to prove this. And yeah, but even though I don't think they are still working on it, space traveling, but I hope such things happen.
NASA is a TV show.
It's Cartoon Network.
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing. You know who heard about the this mission to? I'm not sure if it has something to do with the space travel, anyways. But the Artemis
The
they call it,
moon.
some Greek goddess
Un-
Artemis.
yeah, it's supposed to be an unmanned mission to the moon.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well. Okay. So
Yeah,
yeah.
story time. That's all it is.
No, I googled about Artemis, and Artemis is a Greek goddess. It's a pagan belief, anyways. So a pagan belief or goddess should not have anything to do with the fucking space program. That's my point. Unless there's an agenda behind that, the way I see it.
They come off like a bunch of pagan zealots.
Yeah. All the universes. I know, like the planets, for example, Mercury. All these names. You're right. There's a system that, or a January, February, all these like Monday. I think I'm not sure about the days, but the months and the years and the planets, the 9 planets supposedly, they have names, specific names that have pagan roots mainly.
Named
For
after
that
Roman
itself, for me,
gods. Named after
yeah,
Roman gods.
exactly. Yeah, so I was wondering why the fuck did they have to do that unless someone is trying to subliminally convey a message.
Seems like
So
somebody has a religious bent in all this.
you're right, or propaganda behind this. But yeah, I agree with you on that. That's why I like flat earthers, bro. It's good to question, and they question actually. I am a Muslim anyways, but I study other beliefs, especially history of religions so far.
What,
And
bro?
that's what I like about you guys.
Do you know the Arabic word sotaha?
Fatah, yes.
Latin.
Latin? No, it's not. It's in
Latin.
Arabic.
Well, supposedly it's not in Egyptian Arabic. It's different. But sotaha, I'm pronouncing it SOT. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. But it means flatten. It was a Muslim moderator from our server that told me that it's in the Quran that Allah flattened the earth, and they liken
Yeah,
it to like carpet, like they spreads out.
you're right. But the
You want me to
first,
give you? You
that's a
want me
good
to give you
first. But
the Muslim server? Look, I've got an invite for you if you want it.
no problem. You can send me. I will join that, and I would like to address this with him. But I'll tell you one thing. The first, I think it's more than one verse, but the first is talking about the Almighty flattening or spreading the earth for us in a flat manner, so we can live on it, and it makes sense, right? you need a flat Earth to live upon it, to dwell upon it. Imagine if the Earth would be round and you could see the curvature from a little few kilometers or whatever, you would be bigger in size, and there's no way we could occupy the planet right now. So it makes sense. The Earth is bigger than us. That's how the first, I think, it's saying.
No, I'll give you a couple of verses and I'll give you the invite just now,
No
bro. One
problem.
sec.
You can share it in the comments, and I'll show you. Oh,
Yeah, I'll put it on 1 sec, man.
okay. Thank you.
Good guy, MJ, Royal, and oh fuck. But just ping one of them, they'll give you roles or whatever.
Okay.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Hello?
These dudes are in here all the time.
Good evening.
What do you think the dome is made out of?
The dome or the container.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it.
I'm gonna
Like,
take a wild stab and say it's blue.
So I'm
Hang on.
just thinking here, right? Like, if
give me a
there's a
minute.
dome, it's got to be made out of like diamonds or something.
Hey, gamers. Ooh, Flat Earth chat is a little quiet today.
It is. Good evening.
It's
Or good
almost
morning.
like there's nothing to talk about.
Where am I? There's plenty to talk about if you like.
The only thing I can give Flat Earthers is I kind of wish it was real, because that would be a lot cooler than like a ball. You know what I mean? Like we actually discover it's real, so I'd be totally down for that. But probably not.
Keep wishing.
Yeah. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Everyone's different, you know.
Alright, well, sorry for coming in here with a bit of spite, but I was jumping through a bunch of voice channels, and there was one where one of them was just spamming the N-word over and over again. The Christian debate chats are pretty insufferable, so I came into this one a little edgy.
Yeah, I'm a Christian, and I sort of stopped debating other Christians. It was too nasty.
Other Christians or atheists?
No, other Christians.
So there's like infighting.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of controversy within the belief for sure.
My favorite kind of Christian is the Christian that actually does what Jesus said. Because Jesus was, first of all, a real person, and second, pretty based all around.
Yeah, I agree, absolutely. But yeah, there's a split between the pre-tribulation rapture and post-tribulation rapture.
And everyone that differentiates thinks they're right, and that's where the infighting comes from?
Yeah, there's two very distinct
Doesn't that sum up
sides
most
of it.
religious debates? Like, I'm wrong, you're wrong, or I'm right, you're wrong, and if you don't believe me, you're gonna rot in hell forever?
Yeah, oh yeah, this one is particularly nasty, yeah.
Gets a little old after a while, yeah?
It just gets too nasty, it's too
I think
toxic.
religion should be a fully private matter that should stay out of debates. And if you're the kind of person that goes out of your way to chill your beliefs, then I think you're an inherently wrong person. I think it's kind of religion is kind of a beautiful thing when it's private and kept to yourself, and it aids you in your day to day. A lot of
I'm sort of
stories and all that.
I'm like that, but if it sort of comes up in conversation and someone asks me if I'm religious or
if someone
spiritual
asks
or whatever,
you, then yeah, that's
yeah. But it's the same with Flat Earth. I don't go around banging people on the head with it, sort of thing.
I guess I could be a flat earther in the case that it would be very cool if it was real. Because then I could be like, we told you so.
Well, there's one dude, it took him 8 years after he sort of was told, after he sort of was seen the evidence. It took him 8 years of back and forward, not being able to make his mind up, and into sort of mental anguish,
Yeah.
But I don't know, when I heard about it, I thought it was stupid. And then after a while, I just thought, what are they talking about? And I click on the video, and it was probably about a minute and a half in, and I was like, oh shit. They're not mucking around. It's not
Do you
joking.
think the Earth was always flat? Like when it formed a bajillion years ago, it formed flat?
I'm a Christian, so I believe in the creation story.
So it was just created like that?
Yeah, God just created it, yeah.
Is there anything the Bible says about flat Earth?
Not specifically. It does imply that, the descriptions of the Earth are like a circle, a footstool. Describes the firmament as God's handiwork. Firmament's described. Sorry, go ahead.
There's over 200 scriptures referring to the flat stationary Earth in Scripture. And nowhere in Scripture will you find any description of Earth as soaring through the universe like an eagle through the clouds. Like, there's just no reference to the heliocentric model in Scripture whatsoever.
But you gotta remember, the people that wrote that were vastly lower intelligence and kind of schizophrenic, and they didn't really have the science we'd have today.
They were writing about what was happening, not about space.
I'm not sure I understand.
And dude, Moses was highly educated.
For that time, yeah, being highly educated implied you could.
Oh, he was
write.
he was highly educated for any time. Believe me, he was highly educated for any time. He was just highly educated.
I like to
He was taught
imagine
everything.
Roman philosophers were a lot smarter than people are today. I can give you that. But then again, that was only, correct me if I'm wrong, 400 or 500 years ago. Probably a little longer than that. Let me actually, I'll do my homework here. When was the Roman Empire? And I am so wrong. Alright, well, I'm glad I checked. I think I was thinking of like a Renaissance time. That's what I meant to say.
And if it wasn't for ChatGPT, you guys would be lost.
I fucking hate AI and ChatGPT.
Why do you use
Yeah,
it?
same here, bro.
I don't want to use it. I go on Google and it gives me an AI response.
Why do you use Google?
Why do I use Google? Because it's a... I don't think I have to explain that. Is there like some non-biased search engine I should be using that the government isn't controlling? For most purposes,
And
Google, I imagine, is okay.
And the ads won't follow you.
That's true.
Just DuckDuckGo.
For my purposes, I'm not looking up like dark web, you know, how to get fentanyl shipped to your house kind of stuff.
Not what DuckDuckGo is.
May I ask the Globe Believer a question or two? So the Globe gentleman that's in right now,
yes.
You have no problem watching like NASA info and or documentaries about space and all that, and in your view, understanding it and believing it and all that, right?
I mean, I've seen a spaceship before.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is when you watch a documentary about space or NASA, you believe it, right?
I don't think anything's 100% factual. It's based on observation.
Okay, but for the most part, you're in on what they're saying, right?
I imagine they have a pretty hefty budget and a lot of information to back what they're saying. So,
and that what they're claiming is possible, right? Like they can go to these planets
I
and
think
do
possible
this
is the best way to put it, yeah.
They could mine asteroids and so on, right?
What I just don't understand what the motivation is behind hiding the fact that the Earth is a different shape. I feel like there's much profit in that.
My follow-up question was going to be different than that. My follow-up question to you was, are you capable of making observations on your own and determining your own reality, or do you solely rely on NASA and documentaries about space?
Do I seem like the kind of person that has a spaceship?
I don't think you're answering the question.
I'll answer it without a little ditty.
He can't answer the question.
Can you rephrase it so I can properly respond?
He's tap dancing too much.
Are you capable of critical thinking on your own?
Yes, I am capable of critical
thinking. You rely on external companies and or information to form your reality.
Yeah, I'd be down if there's some good proof. I'm not actively denying one way if it's like one way or another. If I see like coherent proof that it's one way or another, of course I'm going to believe that.
But have you looked?
But it's basically a million people to one saying it's this way.
Great logic, bro.
A million people to one. You're saying there's a million Globers and one flat earther?
I imagine there's like a million scientists out there. So
yeah. That's quite the statement. You imagine there's a million scientists. Give me one scientist name right now off the top of your head. Don't Google.
That's irrelevant.
That's irrelevant.
It's really relevant if you just said millions.
Excuse me, I got the floor here. You're claiming there's a million scientists walking Earth right now, and you can't name one. That's amazing.
I was using an allegorical statement. Thomas Edison, Nikola Tesla, Zhongling Wang, Richard A. Flavel, Linus
No,
Pauling, Eric
wrong.
Torrance, John
Don't just
Ioannidis,
name
Irving
people.
Westman.
None of those
You
people
just
are
asked me to
alive.
name people. None of those people are alive. Okay, alive people. Fred Gage, Eric Topol, Eric Body, Anthony
He
Fauci,
had to Google.
John
He
L.
had to use
Wood, James E.
ChatGPT
Brow.
to find that.
Anthony Fauci is a scientist? Wow, man.
Google might be wrong with that, but there's a lot of, especially, I think there's a lot. Let me see the employment rate for NASA. How many people work at NASA?
So how do you get your degree in science exactly? Like, how many scientists
Science
are
is a
graduating
broad
from
term.
universities these days?
18,000, apparently.
Universities are just pumping scientists out like nobody's business, eh?
This seems like a non sequitur that's not relevant to the argument. At Antechamber, your smarmy tap dance act fell flat. Flat. Wake up, your naive gullibility is off the charts. Looks like I've been had.
Yeah, well, it went from millions down to 18,000.
And out
I
of those
guess that's a start.
18,000, so I can tell.
Also, NASA isn't the only space company. That's the American one. There's the Russian one. There's the Chinese space program.
So America's got 18,000 scientists for 750 million people.
Listen, yeah, hold on a second.
It's a pretty prestigious job and it requires
can you
a
even
lot of
hear me?
prerequisites to
Can you
get a
even
job
hear
at
me
NASA.
talking?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, stop talking when I'm talking. I know
I gotta
you've
watch
never
a weird
worked anywhere
animation
because
with-
you don't know what compartmentalization is. Like the guy sitting next to you doesn't know what you're working on the same way you don't know what he's working on unless you're both working on the same project.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That's just how it works.
No, I find this enlightening. I mean, I'm here. I
think
want to hear some opposing arguments. So
you think the guy sitting at NASA that has to develop a square button that goes on off?
Yeah.
He's in on space. He goes to space. Is that what you think?
What?
You think they talk about space then?
Yeah, I imagine they talk about space at NASA.
Yeah, they don't.
They
Talk about getting
most
their work
definitely
done.
do.
What kind of contact should I use in this? What application is it going to be used in? Shit like
You'd
that.
have to be paid very hefty to suppress the fact that the Earth was secretly flat.
Once
to
again, you don't know
people.
what it's like to work anywhere, so you don't know how it goes.
What? Are you claiming I don't have a job? Also, that's just irrelevant.
So, not counting like working at a coffee house and shit like that. You work in an engineering firm or something like that. You don't know what the guy next to you's working on, and you don't care. Why would you care?
I feel
Isn't
like
it
I've been
crazy?
pretty diligent to try and work with the people that are debating here, and I've just been insulted. Probably because
Isn't it crazy?
People coming here saying,
don't let your
"Earth's not
feelings
flat. Earth's
get-
not
like,
flat. I'm
what?
not gonna debate." Haha. I'm not
Excuse
that
me.
kind of guy.
Excuse me.
what?
Don't let your feelings get hurt. We're discussing information here, not feelings. Okay. So number one, isn't it interesting how NASA started in 1956, and by 1969 they had 3 men on the moon? But Elon founded SpaceX in 2002. He still hasn't gone to space. That's pretty wild.
I don't think Elon cares that much, honestly. He kind of picked up X and kind of went his own way. He also has the Boeing. No, not Boeing. The Boring Company.
Of course, he doesn't care about going to space. He just wants all those billions. That's all he wants.
I mean, Jeff Bezos was in space.
Bezos is going nowhere.
What? I mean, we know he was literally gone for the period of time he was in that space shuttle. So
You are lost.
Literally?
Oh, literally.
Dude, you people.
I hurt
If
your
you could
feelings.
if you could define the
working
most
in-
damning piece of evidence, let me talk. If you could provide the most damning piece of evidence for flat Earth, because you're very well versed in it, I imagine, could you please just drop it on the table?
You mean the most damning evidence for against globe Earth?
Yeah.
It's your mythology that's damned, bro. Prestigious scientists, millions. I mean, 18,000.
You haven't answered the question.
Well, go check out water.
Do you have an answer? Because I would like one.
Do you have ears?
Water.
In like a brief summary. You don't even need to be like verbose.
Water. Pretty brief summary.
Go check out
You can't
water.
argue with water.
What about water?
Well, just go acknowledge the nature of water.
Okay.
Yeah, it's always flat and level on its surface when it rests.
I like water. I like drinking
no matter
water.
how big
kind
it
of a
is.
water guy.
From a cup of water up to an ocean, it's flat and level when it rests.
That's hilarious how he says Elon doesn't care about space. He literally founds a company called SpaceX, then does nothing about going to space. It'd be like me starting a company called Extreme Boats and building only trolleys.
I'm going on the SpaceX website and see what they're up to right now.
Are they talking about water there?
I don't know. It looks like It looks like they're sending a lot of stuff up into the stratosphere. So
does it? Does that what it looks like?
Literally.
You believe everything you see on TV?
I'm 22. I'm not really a TV watcher.
That's what
well, dude,
call that television.
The screen in your hand is the modern day TV.
Yeah, your computer and your phone, that's your modern day television.
It's a little more advanced than that.
Oh, my smart TV's pretty smart. Running Linux, I think.
Linux users will always find a way to shoehorn in that they use Linux. It's an operating system. It's
so I run Windows.
It's just an OS.
Yeah, Windows 11, and then the house runs on Raspberry Pi, running version of Linux, running Home Assistant.
How many of y'all are religious?
I hope not.
Anybody
7 people. 7 people are
y'all.
religious. 7 of them.
So.
Yeah, where did you hyper intellectuals get taught to say y'all every sentence?
I live in the South.
Saying y'all
that sounds like a religion.
It's in the South. It's a Southern thing.
I know
no, stop the cap. You're not from the South.
I'm in about as South as you get.
Are we all from the U.S. here?
The more I think on his,
he lives in Key West.
The more I think on his
listen to them run away from the topic now that they know their space travel TV shows are all a fraud. Who's here is he goes to church. Listen, I know you guys hate God, but you're the ones that are involved in the outer space religion, so relax.
I don't hate God because it's.
I'm talking to the other guy, Auntie.
I don't like.
I'm talking to the guy who's trying to bail you out.
What?
I'm not trying to bail at anybody.
There's just like these mind games that are just like only happening in their head. I'm not even like a part of it.
Oh my lord, dude!
It's like
I'm talking to the
it's like
other
they're
guy.
arguing with a straw man. All right, also.
You're not paying attention. There's more than one person he's speaking to, and he's not talking to you at this moment. He's trying to explain that, and you're yapping over him. And the more I think about you and your scientist statistics, you start eliminating the medical scientists and political scientists. What are you down to? 3 space scientists? And you have to include Elon in
I fucking guarantee there's more than 3 space scientists in the world.
Well, no, Elon's one, and then you got Neil deGrasse, and you got
that's an actor
Bill Nye.
more than anything.
You got Bill Nye, Michio Kaku, Neil deGrasse.
These guys are more like philosophers that are famous.
You're Elon Musk. There's your 4 space scientists for you.
That is the dumbest. That might be the dumbest.
And Elon Musk can't do anything but hire smart people to be around him and claim he's doing all the stuff the smart people are doing.
What? I'm very confused.
Yeah, you're easy to confuse. You believe you're on a spinning water ball in space and you evolved from monkeys.
You told us you're 22. That's why we know you're confused. You're 22 and you've never seen a television in your life.
Feels like I'm talking to like a poorly programmed AI right now that you programmed to believe in flat Earth.
Yeah, nice cope, dude.
I'm coping real hard.
Yeah, the outer space mythologists, they prey on your pride and your arrogance.
You still haven't answered the question what the motivation is in hiding the fact that the Earth is secretly flat.
So you do acknowledge that you've been lied to, huh?
No. answer the
Okay,
question.
well, first things first.
Can we take
All you
turns debating here? Can you answer my
hyper-pseudo-intellectuals want to
question?
put the cart before the horse.
Again, it's my turn. Can you answer my question?
I
What is
said,
the motive?
dude, it's not your turn to put the cart before the horse.
Okay. You
Listen,
can go first.
has the nature of water sunk in yet?
That's a very broad statement.
It's a question.
Yes, I've seen a boat go over the horizon before.
Oh my God, people! Is that the?
That's
yeah,
right, bro.
you guys' cope rationalizations are off the charts.
So when I
It's
said
you
water
who is in a
flat and
religion.
level, what did you hear when I said water's flat and level from a cup up to an ocean? What did you hear?
I think we need to take a step back. Can you guys like show us like your model of like the flat Earth?
People.
So let me take a step even farther back. Auntie, did you understand what I said when I said water is flat and level when it rests from a cup up to an ocean?
No, I've seen independent researchers go to parts. You can go to a lake that's something like, and don't quote me on this, this is just a broad statement, but
So you're just guessing?
if it's like 4 to 5 miles wide, and you can put like a camera on a tripod, and then you can put an object far into the distance, and you'll see like the ground on the other side, assuming it's level, will very slightly sink.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Here's the thing, right? When I went to go measure the distance of the lake to see the horizon, man, I tried to measure with my dick, but my dick's curved,
No, but
so I couldn't get up.
From the camera's perspective, if it were flat, you'd be able to see the shore from the other side, but you can't. It's like dipped slightly.
Yeah, you're confused, bro.
No, that's not it. I can link you a very good video about that if you want to learn more.
Nah, dude. I've been outside.
Okay.
So what, this guy thinks because you can't see the bottom 3 inches of the shoreline 80 miles away? Well, it's curved.
It's more like 4. Might be even
It's
less.
curved,
Four
I guess.
inches of,
It must
4
be
inches of
curved.
shoreline?
Must be curved. We must be on a giant ball in space.
4 inches of shoreline, you said? So there's no such thing as waves.
Yeah, are you here to learn antechamber or just to cope?
I don't know how to answer that. It's very ad hominem.
He doesn't know how to answer it.
We're on a ball in space small enough to watch the boat go over the curve, but too big to notice the curve left to right. Gotcha.
Everyone that is trying to debate here, check out the YouTube video I just linked in the 24-hour Flatter chat.
Antechamber.
If you can do anything for me, then just insult me. You can watch that video.
I'm sorry you feel insulted.
What?
We've seen all the video.
Are you letting your feelings get involved again? It's information we're discussing here, right? Not your relationship with your sister.
I'll have you know, my sister's very sexy, so.
You're gross.
Yeah, that is disgusting. You think your sister is sexy? You are.
Hey, you people are ate up.
Yeah, see, the Globers,
You're the one that just randomly shoehorned in that you think I'm like incestual, so I'm just playing along.
22, he's never really had a job. He works at a coffee shop. That's why he got so offended by that.
I said nothing about incest. I said if you were having issues with your sister, like relationship issues, you're not talking right now.
You worded
That's
it
not
like
what
it
we're
was
discussing.
sexual,
That your
so I'm
feelings
just
are
kind of
hurt because
playing
your
it as a
sister's
joke.
ignoring you. You know, we're discussing the topic of the shape of the earth, what you're standing on.
That's a.
Why don't you tell me
it's
how
mostly
you
it's mostly it's
well,
mostly
listen, bro,
insults.
why
So
don't
this
you
is the
tell me how
reason
you
why
saw
your
the
theory is
curvy
very
earth from the
untenable.
All right, gentlemen, please, if we could get back to the ground. This is non sequitur.
Yeah. Tell us about the curve from the airplane. I want to hear that part.
I never mentioned an airplane. I was talking about when you put a camera on a tripod very low to the ground and you can see over the shore of a lake that's about like 4 miles wide. You can't see the shore from the other side. And you can see proof of that from an independent researcher in the YouTube video I linked in the Flat Earth chat. It's very, very
4
insightful.
miles. Wow, that's a huge distance. And we've got observations of like 60 miles. But you're using 4. Interesting.
It's not my
4
research.
miles
It's
and you're
floating
proving
ideas.
You're proving the globe with 4 miles. That's amazing.
Yeah, antechamber. You could have an observation of much closer than 4 miles. Of 100 yards.
I'm not even sure if it's 4 miles. I haven't watched the video in a while.
No, dude. You're not sure of anything. You're just a blabbermouth.
Okay.
You don't listen. You don't engage. Anything anyone says, you skip on to the next thing. You're coping. What I said was you could have observations much closer. You could have observations of 100 yards with the bottom disappearing.
Yeah, but it's to see a visual difference.
Yeah,
That's
but
I'm getting at.
what? So is that the Earth curve?
You can see the curve of the Earth from like a millimeter.
Dude, you people,
slight.
have you all been dropped on your head?
I guess so.
I guess so.
At a millimeter, he sees the curve of the Earth. He said.
That's not what I said.
There's no need.
I feel like I've just repeated myself like 4 times. It's
a good thing
at like a
we're
4-mile range. That's the
clueless.
minimum you can see. Where
It's a
you
good
can
thing you're
go
on
out and do it
YouTube
yourself.
coping right now because everybody can hear you.
Let me
Dude,
go,
you wouldn't see the curvature if you were 2 millimeters above a beach ball. What the hell are you talking about?
I would say it's very indescribably slight, but it would be there.
Well, you just described it.
To see a visual difference with your own eyes, it would have to be at like 4 or 5 miles.
Dude, you're off the hook, you people.
I'm even gonna go out of my way to go to the video
observing
and
an unobservable
see
observation.
which part of
That
it
is
where he does his
fucking.
own
You
independent
got a
research.
superpower, bud. You're observing an unobservable observation. That's quite the superpower.
What's funny is when this all started when I told you to just look into the nature of water and you start interpreting your what you see in the distance as, well, that must be Earth, the water curving.
Okay, I found it. Go to 8 minutes
My
and 8
Lord,
seconds.
you
That's
people
where he
don't
begins
you
doing
people don't
the
listen, do you?
experiment. Well, I haven't
You
agreed
don't
with you, so
listen,
I
do
guess that
you?
doesn't quantify as listening.
Well, did you hear what I said?
Yes.
What did I say?
Yeah, you got. That's the most pathetic
No
get.
clue what you're talking about.
You're not debating anything. You're just trying to like do these
The debate's
gets.
over, bro.
It's
No,
no clue what
there
you're
was
talking
never a
about.
debate there. It's not flat, man.
That's why he couldn't answer you.
Eat, sleep, debunk the globe, repeat, hashtag flat
Dude,
earth.
do you watch
Those are some
anything
pretty
longer
cool
than
fonts.
8 to 15-second videos? Is that your whole?
The video I just linked is
time?
over an hour long. It's an hour and 16 minutes. You see how I just saved that statement without like insulting you? That's you might want to.
Yeah, well, you can fill up a bathtub that won't take an hour and 16 minutes.
What?
Correct?
I think I just lost like 18 brain cells. You guys have fun.
Well, I don't think you had 18 to lose. Yeah, just avoid the topic, bro.
Oh yeah, he's gone.
Hang on.
The earth is flat.
Hey, what's up, guys? Has Rich been lying too much about the globe today?
Nobody wants to hear from him.
No, not me.
You got nothing left. You're done.
These globalers will claim to be free thinkers and open-minded and critical thinking and all that. Yet as soon as NASA comes out and says Voyager 1's reconnected with Houston and we're getting signals again, and they eat it right up like, oh wow, look what Voyager is sending back to Earth, and it's 1 billion plus miles away. Amazing.
I did buy that one, especially the explanation of how they fixed the software problem remotely. That was kind of cool.
Yeah, and how they shut down anything that's heated on it, and yeah, it's so awesome to save energy. It's great.
Yeah, and the fact, can you imagine that ancient software that they have on it and how they were trying to move like blocks of binary code from one register to another to uncluster the system? That was pretty cool.
I know. Can you just imagine all that? Wow.
I know. Can you imagine being a guy who graduated from college like 20 years ago and he gets to work on a code from like the 70s or 60s? Like, that must be fun.
Lots of fun. Wow. So, am I correct in hearing you? You went to school for 20 years so you could work on 50-year-old coding? Wow.
No, that's not what I said. I said imagine some guy who's like 25. He graduated computer engineering, you know.
I thought you were speaking about yourself. Sorry, I
No,
misunderstood.
no. And then, you know, so he learned all these cool new technologies and he joins whatever agency and they say, hey, dude, here's some code from like the
SpaceX.
70s.
Come on, he's got to work for SpaceX. That's the coolest
Right.
agency right now.
But I don't think those are the guys
Elon's the greatest.
who run Voyager.
Elon's the greatest human walking Earth right now. We got to worship Elon.
I don't know. I don't know about that. But so that guy goes to work and they show him this ancient code from like the 70s, which is written in this like ancient language. It's like assembly code basically. And they tell him, hey, go and wrap your head around that one. And to make things fun, how long does it take, they say, to send the signal to the Voyager?
3 seconds to get there and 8 months to come back.
No, 22 and a half hours one way. So there you go.
No. It takes 3 seconds to get it to it, but receiving the signal back's about 8 months, period.
Yeah. But I think that's, you know, in your dream last night, that's what happened. But in reality, that's 22 and a half. So, That's very annoying when you're trying to debug something in software and you have to wait almost 2 days to see what happened.
Yeah, it's almost like you got to wait for somebody else to wake up and look at what you put in to answer it. I know, yeah.
Happens to me all the time when I work with people from, like 12 time zones away from me. Yeah, I'm with you.
I would be hard pressed to be waking up a globe believer still these days. No proof of curvature, no proof of pressurized system next to a vacuum, no proof of actual space travel by any normal human being that's like just a regular 9 to 5 or Joe Q public taxpayer guy. You know, they're all Freemasons or part of the club that have gone to some sort of part of space or whatever. It's just, ugh. Imagine still believing NASA's announcement that what was it? Is it Mercury has 14 kilometers of diamonds on its surface now because of the diamonds that rain there, and how somehow that's important to us here down here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. If an average glober held those beliefs in his head, it'd be hard for him to wake up.
But they do. NASA literally put out a statement today that they found proof of microbial life on Mars and that it may prove ancient life on Mars and this and that. Like, seriously? They're
Yeah,
putting
but
that
those are
information
not
out.
part of the
Well,
globe model.
excuse me,
Those
I'm
are
in the middle of a sentence here.
adjacent. Oh,
Excuse
where are
me.
you? I'm sorry. I thought
Relax,
you were
Peter.
landing.
They're putting this information out into young minds as though it's real.
Yes, I think you were done now. Those are not part of the globe model.
You're a
They're more
smart
like
ass, Peter. Hey,
tangential.
Peter, has anyone ever told you what a smart ass you are?
Some people have.
Oh, has it sunk in yet?
It slowly is, I have to admit.
Okay. Get off your high horse, bro.
Okay. Well, thank
Well,
you
the
for.
average globo does not believe there are diamonds in the atmosphere of Mercury, and I will tell you why. Are you finished talking? Because I'm going to talk now.
Well, what I
You,
was.
you pompous little prick.
Thank you for calling me out. It
You're
was well
welcome.
deserved. But having said that, the presence of diamonds, or lack thereof, on the surface of Mercury is not a core fact about the Earth that we need to worry about, right?
It is now.
Oh.
It's in the lexicon, bro.
Yes,
Shouldn't we
but
be
whose
trying to go
lexicon?
to Mercury? Shouldn't we be trying to go there to get diamonds?
Do you see what I
That's a good idea.
can you see what I just posted in the live stream? NASA, okay, according to what I just posted, will lose somehow NASA. It's NASA's money. They'll lose 1.5 billion if they decide to unlock the Boeing Starliner for Crew 9 to rescue Sonata Williams. So they're implying that the money loss is more important than saving the individual's life. Wild. I want to sign up for NASA because money will be more important to them than my life.
Yeah, after this, if they let those two people die there, I'm sure they're gonna have a lot of openings.
Oh man, if they let those two people die, they'll have a reason to shut down that kind of shit.
But they'll save 1.5 billion. So there's that.
So, Flatman, are you serious about
What they'll
that? You're
do is
worried
they'll
about
turn
their
off
life?
all the programs. All the programs will get shut down for the next 10 years while they retool.
I have a serious question. Are you guys concerned about the well-being of those two people?
No, I don't care about green screen actors.
Exactly.
Yeah, if I actually thought she was in jeopardy, that would be a different situation. But I know it's all bullshit, fake lies. So I'm sure
Oh, so
she's at
you're
home
upset
eating dinner.
about the
I'm sure
lie.
she'll be at home eating dinner later this evening, right?
Exactly.
We're laughing about the lie, laughing about your gullibility. I pity the fool. I'm not angered by the fool. I used to be one of the fools wrapped up in the outer space mythology, Peter.
Oh, you used to be?
Yeah, what did you think I did? Do live under a rock?
I don't know. Like, it's not like this is the first generation of flat earthers, right? There
Yeah,
were
dude,
flat earthers.
Peter, you are so out to lunch about this topic. It's not even funny. You're so out of touch, bro. Surprised that I used to believe in the outer space mythology. You're surprised by that.
I'm not surprised. I'm just not assuming that as a fact before you tell me.
Oh, dude, what is wrong with you? I used to get books off the shelf and look at their dune buggies on the moon, bro, when I was a child. There was an astronaut worm on the cartoon I used to watch called Sesame Street. What do you think I was you think I had figured this all out all those decades ago?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, dude. I hate to break it to you, but I would dollars to donuts. Everybody in here was once wrapped up in the mythology of outer space.
I got a toy like this for Christmas once from my parents, a remote control version of this. Do you know what that is?
A piece of coal on wheels.
It kind of looks
It,
like it, yeah.
I know what it is. So you said what it is in your opening statement. It's a toy that you got when you were younger. So it's a toy.
It's a coal cart on wheels. That is
It's
crazy.
not. It's definitely not a smaller scale version of something that's on the moon, if that's what you're thinking.
Who adjusts the spokes on those wheels when they get all wonky?
I think it just falls apart, man. Also, last contact with that poor schmuck was in September of 1971, so didn't last that long. It traveled 10 kilometers. Nice.
I see it's string powered.
Could be, man. It was the Russians who made it, so it could be powered
String
by blood and
string
tears of
wrapped around the
working
front
class.
and rear wheels. String going over. It's string powered. Pretty good. Use some strong string.
That's great. It's all making sense now. So that's why Matt Damon was growing potatoes, because they have a coal cart up there that runs on vodka.
No, it runs on tears and blood of the working
No.
class and peasantry.
Yeah.
Somehow potatoes grow well in human excrement as well.
They do.
Well, that's the breakfast of champions: coffee and potatoes.
I'm having it right now, half of it.
Well, I'd not eaten meat for 6 years,
Huh?
and then and then 2 weeks ago, I got a really strong urge to eat some meat. So I did. So I got a big ribeye steak. I really enjoyed it. I was feeling a bit ill because I've had a bit of bronchitis and a few problems with my joints, and I've been feeling a bit ill and low. And I had this really strong craving to. My body was just saying, "Go and eat some meat. Go and eat some meat." I mean, I've never had that before. I've been a vegetarian for 6 years. I've had a bit of fish on and off, but so yeah, I've always decided to do what my body tells me to do, and it was telling me to go and get a ribeye steak. So I went and got a ribeye steak. And it was freaking gorgeous.
I'm happy for you. I think meat is healthy.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't choose to not eat it because it was I just went off it naturally. I didn't think, oh, I'm going to be a vegetarian, and because I decided to be one, I just went off it naturally. And I've always said, well, if you ever fancy it, I do what my body tells me to do, basically.
Do you know how it is sometimes? First you become vegan, the next thing you know it, you're a glober. So be careful, man.
I won't be a glober again, mate.
That's good to hear. Go back to meat and ground yourself. Check out the path that Atrocity took on the surface of the moon, and they gave all those terrain features silly Russian names. Mikolia Vasya.
Wait, that looks like something that's been on the coffee table for a few weeks and starting to mold.
I mean, that's the best the Ruskies could do. They don't have good CGI. Also, it was in the 70s, so give them, cut them some slack. Well, they did name one thing Albert, so at least, they tried. My toy version of this didn't travel 10 kilometers. It lasted 10 minutes and it consumed all the batteries, and that was it. It was fun though.
Just out with the dog in the park. Nice evening. It's about 25 degrees. And just sat in a field with the dog. Watching the sun. Listening to the breeze.
Life is good.
Yeah, man.
What are you talking about, Peter? There's people stuck up in space, like a Kevin Bacon film.
Well, we
What do you
know
mean
that's
life is
not
good, bro?
true.
We've
Well,
got
I
a
didn't say
crisis
life
on
is good for
TV.
them. We also have a crisis in cosmology, as Larry would make you believe.
Space.
The final
And you have,
frontier.
and you have the crisis of cope as well.
Oh my god, you know what NASA is doing right now?
Doing something in a swimming pool somewhere.
Spinning their next yarn for their gullible enthusiasts.
No,
Actually, none of us, not to be honest, none of us really give a shit what NASA's saying they're up to because none of it benefits us in any way during our daily lives.
That's true. It's certainly not the thing I just learned. So that Russian moon rover, it's dead, and they're actually bouncing signals off of it. They're abusing the Russian rover by pinging
Wow.
it with radio signals. Yeah.
Cool. I bet they're using a lot of money to use that too. Wow.
Yeah, they're abusing its carcass essentially.
I can't even get my drone back if I lose line of sight and it's too far. It just says goodbye. But these guys can talk to fucking dots on a moon.
Yeah.
So you could say they're beating a dead horse.
I mean,
Yeah,
they are
exactly.
probably the horizontal level fucking baseline to get these signals if they was doing it.
They must have. I just read by November 2010, the location of the rover had been determined to within about a centimeter.
Oh, well, it must be true then.
I'm glad I know that now. I can sleep tonight soundly. I've been losing sleep lately, wondering how close I got to it. Now I can sleep. I got the answer.
Once you get down to
Thanks.
centimeters and millimeters, it has to be true.
Yeah,
for sure.
I think so too, because it's too precise to be a lie.
Too precise to be a liar.
Too big to fail, too precise to be a lie. I like that.
Meanwhile, down here on Earth,
life is good.
No globe proof whatsoever.
Can you post the link to that, Peter? That sounds cool.
The NASA abuse of the carcass?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will.
Hold on. What's cool about them prioritizing that when they have a crisis up on their space lab? It's very uncool.
Screw the people stuck in the thingamabobber. We got to bounce signals right now.
Yeah.
How do they not have escape suits in there that have parachutes on them? If you can fly from outer space like the Red Bull jump and land on Earth, there's no reason why you can't throw a spacesuit on and just jump towards Earth and then eventually land with a parachute.
Well, they'll lose 1.5 billion if they open the door, so can't open the door.
You don't understand, guys. I mean, if you're a flat earther, you just don't understand how space works.
You have to open a door to get pizza when they send pizza up. What the fuck? And oranges.
I mean, Earth has benefited so much for these space expeditions. I mean, we'd be lost without them. It's worth all the money that's been spent on it. You know, look, we wouldn't be where we are now without the space travel. Seen the guys doing the spacewalks, haven't you?
Yeah. Something that I've been thinking about is the fact that when batteries have been used for a long enough period of time, over time they start to corrode and the acid will start leaking out. All these little particles of what do the astronauts do about that? And what would happen if a little tiny bit of that got in somebody's eyeball? I'm pretty sure that would suck.
Well, they'll just use leaps of logic.
It was like feeling thousands of cockroaches all over my body, but I watched this like info about the Voyager 1 and 2 that NASA put out recently about how they rehooked up and stuff. And it was just so hilarious listening to how the with the help of a gravitational slingshot around one of the planets, is how the Voyager is continuing to do what it's doing. And without that boost, it wouldn't be possible. And it's just like, oh, like I said, hearing thousands of cockroaches all over your body. It was so hard to listen to. Like, oh my god.
That's the thing, though. You know, when they say these things about doing the slingshot and they've had to do this and that, it sounds so bizarre that it actually sounds true. That's what people think. No,
So
it's
we
so
have two
fake.
sayings:
So fake it has to be real.
too precise to be a lie, and too bizarre not to be true.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, Warren G. Harding is here, everyone.
But Warren G. in the place to be.
Hello, my friend. How are you doing?
We're doing great on the flat Earth, mate.
What?
We're doing fantastic on the flat stationary plane, the Earth.
Man, I only care about Bulgaria, my friend.
We don't care about that. We know the Earth's flat. We know it's stationary, and that's how it's measured.
Yeah,
So
but Bulgaria is in Earth.
Lava
No?
Bulgaria.
Bulgaria is a country.
I've been to Bulgaria.
Say something in Bulgarian, or you're just LARPing.
What?
I went skiing in Bulgaria.
There is no snow in Bulgaria.
Yes, there is. I went skiing on it.
Where?
There are tons of people indoor downhill skiing in Bulgaria right now. Believe me, there's snow in Bulgaria.
Yeah, I can't remember the area
But
right now.
it's 40 degrees. There is no snow.
Yeah, and the height of the mountain that I was on was measured elevation from sea level.
What part of Bulgaria were you on?
I can't think where it was. It was a few years ago, mate. My brain's ticking in the background trying to think of it. It might come through, and when I find it, I'll tell you. But yeah,
Oh,
it was a nice ski out hotel. First time I went skiing, had some lessons. Took my daughter with me, and we had a week there. Got on the blue runs at the end of the week. It was nice. Did some horse riding through the mountains. Did some skidooing. Nighttime skidooing on the skidoos with bright lights up the mountains. Did a few. Yeah, it was great. It was a nice holiday. Really enjoyed it.
well,
If you've never
if
been
you
on a
say
skiing, you've never been on a skiing holiday, I would recommend it.
yeah, but the closest mountain is Romania, not Bulgaria.
And the elevation of that is measured from sea level.
The biggest mountain is the Carpathian
He
range.
doesn't know what you're saying. He has no clue what you're saying. He heard big mountain and he's just naming them now.
Yeah.
It's
So
his first time. Take it easy on him.
all mountains have to have a height from sea level.
Yeah, but there is no big mountain in Bulgaria. That's just what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, if it was measured, it would be measured from a level plane of reference because that's what we live on.
Okay.
Yeah, he heard blah 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 blah. That's what he heard.
Say that again, mate.
Okay.
Anyway, do you think you live on a globe or do you think you live on a flat stationary plane, my friend?
Well, I don't care.
That's the problem with.
As long as I am happy, I am good.
You sound like a ball of laughs.
He's just one of those that you just need to give him cartoons and some free money once in a while, and he's good to go.
Feed him his gruel. Show him the moon golf television. Repeat.
Yeah, he's good to go. So you need to have those people around. I mean, there's no way you're ever going to get rid of them. The ones that just go along with anything.
The classic yes man.
I mean, some people say they don't care, but they will have had an. Well, I'll say, well, yeah, education is not knowledge; it's just rinsing and repeating information. So he will have had an education, and most, like we all did, our education was telling us that we lived on a globe, but we don't live on a globe. There's no proof that we live on a globe. Whatever evidence is put forth that we live on a globe, especially measurements of that globe, will be a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, more than likely. It'll involve horizontal, or it'll involve elevation angle, or sea level, or altitude above or below sea level. There'll be no mention of curvature whatsoever. And that goes
is
for,
true.
yeah, if you're having a discussion, I'm a flat earther, but if I'm talking to a glober, he will also admit that he needs the horizontal. He tries to take
No,
the
not the
horizontal.
horizontal. Come on. Don't strawman. Don't strawman.
Sorry?
Don't strawman with the horizontal. Everything else you said was true, but don't. So you don't need to strawman.
What's a straw man?
That we need a horizontal. Like some of us have a measurement that does not involve a horizontal. It does involve sea level. It does involve sea level, so I give you that. But some of us measure things without the need for a horizontal plane of reference.
Well, not when measuring Earth, you don't.
Yes, when measuring Earth, that's exactly what some of us have done.
Oh, give us an example.
I've given you guys the example many times, so I don't want to bore you with the same thing.
I've probably not heard it, sorry.
I think you have. But just trust me that all the things you said, that it requires one of those things you said, and one of the things you listed was sea level. I totally agree with you on that one. Elevation angle is not needed. Horizontal plane is not needed. Just a zenith angle from vertical to some object on the surface of the Earth. And on their own, so everything you said was correct. The one thing that I would change at the end is the combination of those measurements clearly show the curvature of the Earth with the value of 6,371 kilometers. That's the only thing I would add at
So
the
when you say zenith angle, what's that?
A zenith angle is the angle from vertical to someplace you point your to the line of sight to some object that you're looking at.
So is any curvature involved with that?
Absolutely not.
Right.
Two straight
Okay.
lines.
Yeah. So that's what the point was. There's no, we don't need curvature because there is none.
Of course, to measure a zenith angle, we don't need a curvature.
Exactly.
Correct.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that's what I was saying. Every example
true
of every
statement.
measurement. Yeah, there will be no ever mention or use of a curve ever.
No use of a curve. Yes, we wouldn't use a curve to measure a curve. We would just measure a curve. You're correct.
Yeah. So how is a curve measured then?
A curve is measured by applying Euclidean geometry to nature.
So would it be an angle measurement then?
One of the measurements would be an angle measurement, yes.
And what would the other one be?
The other one would be, as you correctly pointed out, altitude above mean sea level and a distance, yes.
Yeah. Well, that's great, yeah. So there's no, curvature does not come into the conversation whatsoever when talking about how Earth's measured. That was my point. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
So,
Nice talking.
for example, you can measure arc length of a circle by using only a radius, which is a straight line, and an angle. So there's no curvature, but yet somehow you just measured a curvature, which is an arc length of a circle, right? So to measure something, you can measure it knowing the geometric relationship between it and something else. For example, circumference and radius, right? You realize that by measuring a radius of a circle, which is a straight line, you have immediately measured the circumference of the circle.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't
automatically.
have the center of Earth, so you don't have that going for
I'm
you.
not talking about the Earth. I'm talking about the
You don't care
principle.
about circles, then.
I understand.
Wake up.
Don't get upset. Don't get upset.
No, we're not upset.
I only care
Peter.
about the triangles.
he's only talking about a
triangles are enough.
circle. We could all draw a circle on a piece of paper. That's fine.
A circle is a shape that goes around and round.
So Peter, as long as we imagine the Earth to be a globe, you're in the clear.
You can imagine it to be a globe. You can also measure it to be a globe.
Well, can you?
I can, and you could also if you tried.
Okay. So you have the radius of Earth. You've measured
Absolutely.
that.
Yes.
You've measured it?
Yes.
Or you've done the math backwards?
I've measured it.
Go on.
If the Earth is a globe, how are we supposed to keep the White Walkers behind the ice wall?
That was almost clever, Swivs.
I'm out. Sorry.
At least it was fresh.
You know
It was
George
fresh.
Martin.
I wouldn't
Yes, you
know.
are out.
How
Out of your
boring.
depth.
It was creative, I have to say.
That was not creative. It's the third guy this week to bring up Game of Thrones.
Oh.
He's coping, Peter.
I know.
Are you watching reruns now?
I don't think reruns are a thing in the age of streaming. You've dated yourself, my friend.
I'm neither a globe earther nor a flat earther. Actually, I'm a slope earther. I believe in 8 inches per mile drop.
You wish you believed in 8 inches.
Graveler.
No, he was right when he said believes.
Yeah, he hopes.
Because I always leave the square off, so it must be a slope.
But let's go through what I've said half an hour ago. We'll always be talking about level. We'll always be talking about an elevation angle. Horizontal, we'll be using the horizon to establish horizontal, and that's the plane
I
level.
told you that's not true. Why do you strawman?
No, not straw money, mate. I'm just giving facts out.
And I walked you through a measurement that did not involve any of those things, and you keep repeating that.
Yeah, well, your measurement did include sea level, altitude.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And level
But no
is
horizon and no horizontal.
Yeah, well, the horizon is used in celestial navigation to obtain horizontal.
Sure. On this, on sea, yeah.
Yeah, so you was correct that no curvatures ever mentioned, but no, I was just talking to your friend who butted in. He said he believes in 8 inches per mile squared. Just want to see what he comes up with. How could he explain that 8 inches per mile square is measured? If you'd like to go for that, sir. How is 8 inches per mile squared measured?
I wouldn't know.
No? Well, maybe have a little look into it, and you'll find it's probably involves elevation angles and horizontal planes. Well, we know.
It could. It could.
We know it. Yes, it does.
It could.
Because that's how you get your latitude grid for mapping.
Yeah. I don't know how the grid has anything to do with measuring the shape of the Earth. So.
Well, we use a latitude grid for mapping and navigating the surface of Earth, and it is a elevation angle measurement.
Yeah, but how does that have anything to do with measuring, establishing the shape of the Earth?
Because it's referencing all Earth and points on the Earth, latitude and longitude.
Oh, so it presupposes the shape. I'm
No,
not
no,
in
it's
favor of
actually used
presupposition.
in. No, it's actually used in reality. That's how people get about.
Do they?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the good thing is that here we don't discuss navigation techniques, we discuss evidence for curvature of the Earth.
Well, there is none of that. We've been looking for that for, say, 15 years now, and nobody's got any.
And then you ran into me. Then you ran into me. And
But
here it
you've got
is.
Yeah, and you use sea level, don't you?
Absolutely. I love sea level.
Yeah. So you're a flat earther as well.
I would be had I not measured the curvature of the Earth.
Well, that's correct.
The
You've
only
not.
thing that stands between me and me becoming a flat earther is that little nasty fact that I measured the curvature. Dang it.
And so, could I ask what instrument you used to measure curvature?
I use a combination. Well, I myself only performed one measurement.
Spit it out.
And that measurement involves a zenith angle. And the tool that my friend used to measure the zenith angle was a theodolite.
So that's an angle measuring device?
Yes.
So it's nothing to do with curvature?
On its own, no, it's not. There is no curvature measuring device.
Yeah. So if it's with it, what does the theodolite have to be with to measure curvature? Because you said on its own it can't do it. Who does the theodolite have to be with?
It has to. You have to combine that measurement with 3 other values.
So you've got one tool measuring angles. So you've got an angle measurement in straight lines.
Yeah.
So how do you measure curvature? Was what we were talking about.
You obtain 3 other values about the
Using
positions.
Using
Many different techniques.
What
In my case, I relied on professionals.
Oh, so to talk us through it, then.
moron.
So you've measured an angle. Now what are you going to do?
I'm going to study the spatial relationship between 2 points whose parameters I know, and I'm going to see if they match a flat Earth or an Earth with a radius of 6,371 kilometers.
We haven't got an Earth radius because all we're doing at this point is measuring angles.
Well, measuring an angle doesn't give you a radius, I agree.
Yes, so we don't need to talk about radius because at this point it's flat.
At this point, yes. It's just with an angle, you can do fuck all with an angle, as Nathan Oakley says.
Well, that was Bev, but and I've got a poem about that, but I could probably read you that later.
That would be lovely.
Yeah. So let's get back onto how curvature is measured and what tool is used, because a theodolite is not one of them tools. So what is the tool for measuring curvature?
There are no such tools.
Right. So how is curvature measured then?
By evaluating 4 values.
Which are?
I'm going to show you what they are. You see them on your screen right now.
I can't just see, but just so I'm with you.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
No, I can in a minute, just not right this second.
Yeah.
So when you say value, what do you mean by a value? How have you come up with a value?
A value of something. So when we say a value of elevation, that's like the number that represents the elevation, the value.
But you'd use a tool for the elevation?
I would use a tool, yes.
Yeah. So what tool would you use?
I didn't perform those measurements. Many different tools.
So name one.
Probably theodolites, probably lasers. These particular points that I reference, they've been measured by people over 300 years using different techniques, and they all converged on the same number.
So that theodolite, again, we just go back 10 minutes ago, nothing to do with a curve measurement then, using a theodolite?
On its own, absolutely.
Yeah, so how would we measure curvature if there was any to measure?
We would measure a zenith angle, the elevation of 2 points above mean sea level, and the distance on surface between them.
Yeah, so that's not curvature measurements, that's level, elevation.
That is
above sea
curvature
level.
measurement. Combined,
So,
those four values result in a
so
curvature measurement.
So name the first one again, and we'll go through it.
The elevation of both points, the distance on surface between them, and the zenith angle from one to the next.
Okay, so the elevation above a certain point, yeah? How do you measure that?
Using state-of-the-art techniques that people use to measure elevations.
And what tool would they be using?
Oh, a plethora of tools. There are different methods that people have used over centuries.
Yeah, what tool? You need a tool to measure things?
Yeah, they use state-of-the-art tools. I don't know exactly.
So just name one of them then.
Theodolite.
Yeah, so that's an angle measuring tool, nothing to do with curvature.
They use geo-surveying techniques.
Geo-surveying techniques. So what tool would they be using when they do that?
A plumb bob.
Yeah, so that's not measuring curvature either.
No, they're measuring elevation.
Yeah, so when do we get to measure any curvature at all?
After we take the four parameters and we apply Euclidean geometry to them, as shown in the picture that I shared with you that you unfortunately cannot look at because you're walking your dog right now.
Yeah, sorry. So, I mean, I don't know if anybody else can see it. And one of the guys, I mean, I can't actually see that at the moment because I'm walking my dog in the field.
It's unfortunate that all those years you've been looking for curvature measurement, and here it is, and you happen to be walking your dog. Dang it.
Well, hang on, I can stop my dog. Wait there. I can stop my dog. So what we're looking at, this is curvature measurement.
I went from middle school and high school in Texas, and I went to college in Philadelphia. I played a ton of.
Let's have a look. So when we're looking at, sorry, mate. These are the globe measurer. I don't know. What's the source of this typed up document?
It's me. I created it. I am the source.
So it's just what you're thinking that you wrote down.
Yes, this is my measurement. Yes, absolutely.
Right. So it's not a definition or a citation for any from
God
any.
forbid. Why would I trust? Why would I trust those guys? I mean, come on, man.
What guys?
Those academia. It's just me and my friend Euclid.
Right. So it's something you've made up then.
Absolutely, yes. Something I have created. Yeah.
He thinks wishful thinking is a tool.
I've done my own research. I'm sorry.
I would say you're beyond sorry. More like pathetic.
For doing my own research?
So we've got the zenith angle, which is 2. Then we've got observer elevation, which is the height above sea level. Target elevation, again, is a flat Earth reference. And the distance on surface, which is the surface of Earth between 2 points, which is a straight line. No mention of curvature.
We don't know if it's a straight line. That's the whole point of the measurement.
Well, if we take an elevation or we're measuring a height above sea level for
That's
the
definitely
level
a straight line. That's definitely a straight line.
Definitely a straight line. So we're not even got onto curvature at the moment after half an hour. No.
And now in the slide, if your dog can still withstand the little break in his walk, the slide that I'm showing you that tells you how we can determine the shape of the Earth, knowing those four values. You should have a look-see, a gander.
Well, if you've used a zenith angle, yeah, which is a which is two straight lines, and you've used the observer elevation, yeah, which is above
Another
sea
straight
level.
line.
No, hang on. Or you've used a target elevation, yeah, or a distance on the surface, which is the surface of Earth sea level. If you've used them 4 points, you're actually measuring Earth flat.
And yes, if it adds up to alpha equals arctan of h divided by d, and no, if it equals to alpha less than arctan h divided by d.
No, I mean the simple fact that you've had to
But yeah,
use.
Mr. Euclid says yeah.
Yeah. So the simple fact that we all know what two straight lines and an angle is, and the elevation above sea level and altitude, we know that what you've pointed out there, them 4 points in your first post, is flat Earth elevation angle measurements. So
Mr. Euclid disagrees with you.
I don't know who Mr. Euclid is, sorry.
An old Greek fart.
I don't know him, sorry.
You should Google him.
I'm just walking the dog at the moment, mate.
At your leisure.
But as far as I can say,
Until then, I don't think you're equipped to make statements about the possible shape of the Earth until you have studied Mr. Euclid at least a little bit.
Well, I mean, if I get time to do it later, I will do. But the evidence that you've put forth so far to prove that you live on a globe is all flat Earth measurements, proofs.
Yeah, those are Earth agnostic measurements, yes.
Yeah. So, welcome to flat Earth. That's all I can say to you.
Thank you. I'll consider it.
Okay. Nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you too. Google Mr. Euclid when you come home.
Okay.
So,
Hey, there's someone.
get me. So all roads lead back to flat Earth.
Yep.
Yep. Because there's no actual evidence that we live on a globe or proof of how it's measured, and whatever evidence is put forth will be uh, demonstrating and talking about, discussing elevation angles, horizontal, horizon, sea level, and altitude measurements above or below sea level. Nothing to do with curvature.
That's right. That's all I
Yep,
hear.
correct. So all globe proof is actually demonstrating flat Earth proof.
Oh, another favorite one of mine is, well, no globe proof in and of itself proves the globe, but collectively, all of them together prove the globe. That's another funny one.
Well, all of them. Which one? I mean, we can go for latitude measurements. Measuring latitude. That's a
Yeah.
flat Earth. That's a flat Earth measurement. It's not a globe proof measurement. We could talk about celestial navigation using the horizon to establish horizontal when at sea level to get a distance between the GP and the observer on a horizontal plane. We could even talk about the celestial sphere and the equatorial plane that runs in between it, like a protractor, straight line, horizontal, no curve ever mentioned. But when I try and talk to people who believe that they live on a spinning monkey ball water ball, they've got no actual evidence that curvature has been measured. And when they try to present some evidence of curvature measurement, it's actually a flat Earth.
Okay.
Yeah. So the
Oh yeah.
globers are actually presenting flat Earth measurement angles, so luminaries using sea level, using altitude above sea level to try and describe how they live on a globe, when all they're doing is presenting a flat Earth measurement proof. So the globe is flat, and it was measured like that. And the globe is flat, and the Greeks all knew that. Al-Biruni knew the globe was flat. He measured the height of a mountain like that. And when I was a sailor navigating the sea, the surface of the ocean appeared very flat to me. Triangulation on the surface of Earth, all achievable without one use of a curve.
I agree 100%.
Yep.
They're in quite the pickle. In quite the pickle. Like I understand having that refusal to believe reality. Like you don't want the Earth to be flat, but like the longer you argue, the more evident it should become that you're in a losing battle. I mean, water is level. I mean, it doesn't curve. So I mean, feel bad for them. I mean, the closest I've heard they try to like show Earth curve is like Jesse and his little theodolite so-called measurements. But no glober really takes measuring Earth curve seriously. They always deviate away from that, and that's their undoing. So the
Are
more
you
that they talk,
LARPing? Are you LARPing right now?
what?
Are you LARPing or are you for real? Is he
I'm for
LARPing, you
real.
guys?
Yeah, it's a perfect case in point right now, Peter, of your situational unawareness, because you don't realize the desperation of you chanting these edicts and all your vague proofs. You don't understand that how desperate it shows you to be to the audience listening.
Okay, I thought he was LARPing. He sounded
You're
like he
fine.
was.
You'll be okay, Peter.
Thanks.
Well, Peter's the one LARPing.
He's completely unaware of the corner he's painted himself into. It's kind of funny. It's strange, but funny.
Well, their own globe priests know better than to debate flat earthers, because all it will do is destroy these these globe priests' credibility. I mean, they'll get exposed for the frauds they are, so they don't debate. So their rank and file uh, followers, they do the debating, and they get exposed for like the complete frauds they are. They don't have any argument, they don't have any proof, and they got to twist themselves into pretzels to make it work on any level. And even then, it doesn't work. I mean, that's why I keep coming back here, because they're fun to listen to.
Yeah, that is true, because if the priests had to come in here and put their name on these claims, they'd have to turn in their collar. But if they just send these people who say, well, they repeat what the priest claimed, and then when it falls apart, they say, well, I'm not a priest.
Yeah, they throw their own priest under the bus. So it's pretty sad.
Yeah, so if a priest was here, he would explain it better. But I am not the priest. I can only tell you what the priest told me. But the priest won't come here and tell you what you just said, because they know it's BS and it doesn't float.
Exactly.
But I can walk you step by step through the entire measurement of curvature myself. Does that make me a
You just
priest?
did, and you sunk.
No, when y'all bring up refraction, your curve claim disappears. So I'm sorry, you can't have both refraction and a globe.
Well, oh, I actually incorporating refraction into my evidence strengthened my case tenfold.
It's called putting lipstick on a pig, Peter. It's still a pig.
Yeah, I guarantee you, if Earth was a globe, they wouldn't have to use fisheye lens when they go up in a plane or in a rocket or in a balloon and look at the horizon. They wouldn't need that.
Yeah, that is awkward, isn't it?
Sure is.
Hey, Peter, since you've made yourself such a mainstay, how is it that I don't know your origin story. How did you, I just remember you orbiting in here one day. So how is it when did you realize that you needed to get in on this globe apologist tour?
Yeah. Thank you for asking. It was a year ago, I think. I completely randomly on Twitter, a
Well, that
notification
makes a
popped
lot of
up.
sense. It shows you're late to the party. Yeah, you need to read the backstory of this argument, Peter, because you've joined like on
That's it.
season
That's my answer.
7.
Satisfied you?
Yeah, go on. But
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
that explains your confusion a lot. You're late to the party, bro.
Yeah, definitely. Like 2,000 years late.
Yeah. Yeah, it completely explains your vagaries and your confusions. Have you
Yeah,
ever
I was
thought to
very
go have
confused
you ever thought
initially.
to go back and research the origins of this whole
I
conundrum
have.
you find yourself
I
in?
have. Deeply.
It's funny because you dropped in right when this refraction chant was reaching its all-time hysterical highs. And you think it's in your tool belt just to drop and spray. Oh, refract it's silly, bro.
Peter, do you debate on Twitter or just here?
I used to join spaces on Twitter, but it's become so insane that I no longer do that. They hardly ever
Oh
talk about
wow.
the shape of the Earth. They talk about the Nephilim and ice walls and ether, stuff like that. I'm
Okay,
more
yeah, it's
interested
more
in
like
establishing the shape of the. Yeah, it's very like weird Nazi, lots of Nazi stuff as well. The Jews. I prefer to talk about the shape of the Earth.
okay. Well, this is the place.
I know this
Earth
VC
Awake.
is actually I have to say the most on topic place I know of dedicated to establishing the shape of the Earth.
Yeah. I mean, I do have to agree because I find a lot of these so-called truther places, they get into a lot of stuff that is kind of unverifiable. All kinds of conspiracies. So when you stick just a flat Earth, uh,
Yeah, it's like a
I
whole
like it a lot
bundle that they have.
more.
The
It's
Nephilim, the
solid
reptilians.
ground, terra firma.
Yeah.
Have you met any Hollow Earth flat earthers, or do those two contradict one another?
I have hollow and what's the opposite? Convex, concave.
I think there's some truth to it, but Hollow Earth, I mean, how can you prove that? I mean, I don't know. But there's some massive caves under the earth. Probably a lot that have not been explored. So there's a lot we don't know. But, I think what we call the flat earth, I mean, I don't know its dimensions or its size, but if I was guessing, I would guess it is way bigger than the globe, or the 3959 dimension that they give us.
You mean like past the ice wall?
Oh, I don't claim an ice wall. I'm talking more overall. It's probably bigger than the globe. But then again, I don't know what good that does because, like, it seems to be a hard barrier of how far we can dig down. So I guess in that view, Hollow Earth doesn't make any sense. Hey, anybody know if those astronauts are still stuck in space? I've been losing sleep over that. Feel so sorry for them.
It's a terrible tragedy.
Yeah.
Do you think it's to make people think, oh, how dare you not believe in space when people out there are dying?
Yeah, their lives are at stake. You know.
Yeah, even though I know it's fake, the story itself still um, it's very disturbing.
Yeah. It just seems to me they're trying to keep people interested in space stuff, so they have tragedies like that. Hey, if you want a good laugh, I did find a playlist on YouTube of NASA assembling the ISS, and a few astronauts walk you through it, what they're doing. So it's pretty good entertainment.
that was built on the ground and then they launched it.
Nah, bruh, they're assembling this in outer space. It is some edge of your seat stuff.
No way, that's crazy.
Yeah, you know it's real because it is so low quality. You can barely make out what's happening, but it's real. Trust me.
Yeah, it's like it has to look bad because otherwise it would just look like, a video game or a movie. So it has to be downgraded quality because the effects are already at the peak.
Right.
But, compare the movie Gravity to the Indian space launch. It's such a joke.
I gotta see that movie. I gotta see it. Just for
Gravity.
reference. Yeah, I haven't seen the movie yet.
Yeah, it's kind of a little bit like the story with the Boeing people stuck and how it's kind of creepy and disturbing. There is a thing where it's extremely disturbing sort of thing, and yeah.
Okay.
You haven't seen it, okay? But it's like that. They're in space and they get fucked up, and it's pretty scary. If you get into it, just suspended disbelief. That is.
Yeah. Kind of like Interstellar as well, where he gets stuck in space and he back on Earth, his daughter like ages while he stays young, and then she almost
Yeah.
dies by the time he gets back. I was like, yeah, come on.
How's that the giant space station, and they were living inside of a ball, and it was an inside curvature. Remember that? That was messed up. The whole thing where he saw the Event Horizon, he saw himself through the bookshelf and all that. What the hell? And when they go back to that planet and then come back, and that poor dude's there and goes, "Oh, I've been here 35 years."
They try to make it so emotional too. Like you get really invested in what's happening when it's all
Oh
like
yeah.
completely made up.
Yep. Yep. Sure.
Hey, I
Like
got
any
an
movie.
idea for an event here. Well, somebody could stream that playlist of them putting the ISS together, and we could all like comment on it and whatnot. Unless they remove the playlist already, which wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, and I'd love to hear the Globers defending it too. That would be entertaining.
guys, I've been away for a while. Did I miss anything?
I don't think so.
It's been kind of quiet.
No globe proof?
Nope. Well, I almost became a Glober again because I saw the Wikipedia blurb under a flat Earth video, and I almost was convinced.
What did it for you?
Oh well, I mean, you know you look up a flat Earth video on YouTube,
Yeah.
and it will always have that little blurb from Wikipedia about how flat Earth is an archaic model or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. And that almost got you over?
Yeah.
So it wasn't
It
even a
almost got me.
specific like criticism. It wasn't even a specific like thing they were pointing out. Just the boilerplate like warning.
Right. The
Oh man.
flat Earth model, whatever that is.
Oh no. You must be on the fence then if that almost did it for you.
But it's interesting because if you look up ancient cosmology, there's very little on what cosmology was about before this globe cosmology came into existence. So they don't really want to talk about ancient cosmology that was flat, stationary, and enclosed.
True.
Didn't the
You
ancient
know what really surprised me when I got into this? That the Chinese and the Chinese culture, or in the Indian culture, they did not realize the Earth was a globe until they came in contact with the Europeans, and then they gradually incorporated those findings into their own model. And I find that surprising because those were both pretty advanced cultures, technologically advanced as well. So interesting.
Hey, Highway Hermit.
Yeah.
Which did any ancient civilizations think the sun like tracked around above the earth like on a track like a circle? Or did they think mostly it went like up and then down and around the bottom and then up again and over?
Well, as far as astronomy, I think that various cultures explained it differently. It varied with particular. I mean, there were common themes, but uh, like how they thought of the entire cosmology of like what Earth was. It was very similar in a lot of them, but as far as like the path of the sun and the moon, what those were, um, well, yeah, they thought they were all local.
So the Greeks thought it was Apollo, right? But did they think he was going like under the Earth, or what was their story? I forget from school. I remember they taught me
Yeah,
like what the myth of Apollo or the belief was.
I'm not quite certain to be honest.
Like he was supposed
I
to
need to read
ride
up on it
his
more.
chariot, but did he go like around, or did he somehow like stop and then go like like say he sets in the west with his chariot and then what he goes around and starts again at the same spot, or does he go under? Good question. So whoever, I didn't catch your name when you said that the Wikipedia warning almost brought you back to the globe side. Does anybody else have like a similar story where they saw something or they heard something said by a glober and it made them consider that maybe the globe was closer to the truth? Like, let me rephrase, what was the best globe argument you've ever heard that made you go, huh?
Well, I was being sarcastic, but as far as the
Okay.
sky, I don't. Well, I mean, for one, flat earthers don't pretend to know what everything up in the sky is, besides the lights. But I
Sure.
mean,
I mean, the
and
flat
that's
earthers here on this VC, they are pretty good
right.
at not making claims, but let's not, there are other flat earthers who make some strong claims. But okay, yes.
I mean, we have telescopes, and we can look in the sky, and we can make observations. But I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do rethink a lot that I've been told, and I mean, especially in the sky. But I mean, as far as it seems to me, like globers, they're mostly looking in the sky, and
Many
flat
of
earthers
them,
are
yeah.
just focused on the ground. Flat earthers are. So
I agree. But let's be honest, right? There are some flat earth arguments that make a glober at least have to think a little bit or sweat a little bit to remain faithful to the globe, right? There are. Like we see too far, all sorts of things. But there must also be some globe things that make a flat earther go, I really need to think about this one, right? Like, let's be honest, it's not like so one sided that there's zero globe arguments that make a glober sweat a little bit. You know what I mean? If we're free thinkers, it should be okay to admit, like, oh, there is this one argument that bothers me. Or that I myself, cannot really process fully. Like that, there should be things like that for any person thinking about anything, unless it's a religious dogma, then there aren't.
The Earth is flat. Like Kim K's ass.
Are you processing your cognitive dissonance?
Oh, my cognitive advantages of a goddamn ape in the jungle. Black people.
I forgot how many trolls come in here.
Where's all the crazy flat Earth arguments today?
What did you say?
Well, I said, where's all the crazy arguments?
There are no crazy arguments here. Here we only do like reasonable arguments.
What's the reason for the argument?
Which argument?
Whatever argument. I guess you could say, what's the reason? Just like, what's the reason to argue that the Earth's a globe? What's the reason for that?
I think it's an interesting question what shape the Earth might be.
Yeah, but like I think it's interesting. Like what would happen if Goku fought Superman? You know, like who would come out on top, and then who would be like the teammates that would even out? I think that's interesting too. But is that it? Just because it's interesting?
Yeah, there are many, internet forums and VCs dedicated to all interesting topics. This is one of them.
So once upon a time, somebody was like, "What if the Earth was a globe?" Like kind of like, "What if Batman is Superman got in a fight?" It's like the same thing.
I think it was more like, I wonder what shape the Earth might be.
Yeah, but what's the reason for thinking the Earth is shaped? That's the same question.
Yeah, I mean, the ancient Greeks had a lot of time on their hands to ask all sorts of questions.
That part's true. True of the story, at least.
Where's the flatness?
Where you look?
It's been a slow day today. Pete, they're not letting you do your PowerPoint presentation anymore?
Only when I'm invited to do so.
Oh, okay.
Cowards.
Who is?
Whoever just left.
I don't get it why you would say that. It's a safe space. It's all friends here. No courage required to be here.
Safe space. Yeah, we're free to have our own opinions here.
Hey guys, that's one boring YouTube stream, okay? We gotta stir things up a little bit. And here comes Rich, the fake Glober.
Don't confuse everyone. Like I can't be a fake Glober and a CIA agent. That doesn't work.
You could be a psyop. How are you going to embarrass the globe today, Rich?
I was gonna say Water Hill. How's that?
It's a good start.
I do hope everyone in this room's having a great day, though.
It's been quiet for like an hour, so why don't you try and prove the globe, in quotes, and we're going to have some fun here.
Premise one. What is the word I'm looking
You got nothing. See? You got nothing.
Celestial objects will form
Oh, yeah?
a sphere once they have enough mass. Earth is a celestial
your
object.
bitch ass up, what?
There's enough mass. It's a sphere.
When have you seen this happen?
Shut your little dick ass up.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Yeah. Always stroke my dick. I got lotion.
Right. See you later. You're out. Who's next? Keeps doing that.
Right. I really. What the hell?
Kids that think they're funny. And smart, too.
You don't know that they think that they're smart just by doing that.
Yeah, I think they do. That's
Granted,
my
I
opinion.
don't. Oops, sorry. Well, I was just gonna say, granted that like someone who does stuff like that probably isn't indicating a very high level of self awareness. So
They're just hanging out with their mates, try to be funny. I get it. I do understand. Get it. I was once young and stupid. Maybe not stupid, but like a clown. You know, I liked to play a clown when I was young. It was fun.
a jester.
Yeah, except I didn't live in a castle.
Like delinquent behavior.
Broke. If you don't have a castle, you're broke. There aren't really castles in Australia, eh?
There are not castles as you think, but there's castles. What do you call
Castle's what you call three barbecues all with shrimp on them at once.
We don't have shrimp.
Yeah, you do.
No, we don't. We have prawns.
I've never heard prawns on the Barbie.
Yeah, I know, because you've only heard one Australian say shrimp on the Barbie. And that would be Crocodile Dundee, and it was for an advertising campaign in the 90s to get Americans over to Australia, because they didn't know what prawns on the Barbie would have been.
Are you some kind of Australian meme lord?
He's the Australian delegate to the
He's
society.
The ambassador.
Yeah.
Welcome, Ambassador Timbo.
Thank you.
I think there's a total of like 5 flat earthers in Australia, isn't that right, Timbo?
Yeah, and we're all cousins.
Well, that's I didn't claim that.
That's just racist.
Yeah, that was
How dare you say all Australians are related?
all Irish, but they're not necessarily cousins.
They're all criminals or descended from them, but they're not related.
Political
Incorrect.
criminals. Political.
Started off with a couple of ships, but
How
over
did it end up
50%,
like this? It was only a ship. It was
over 50% of people that live in Australia were actually born overseas.
like on the way there.
That's a tricky stat because Australia is overseas.
Everywhere is overseas if it's not Australia.
Well, everything would be
everywhere outside of
underseas,
America,
right?
Even Tasmania is overseas.
That's definitely overseas.
What do you mean under? Go prove that. Prove that I'm not on the same plane.
Well, in Genesis, when God separated the waters from the waters, he put some above the firmament.
Yeah, but what if that's the big conspiracy there? It's not down under, it's up over.
Or just over there.
As below, so above.
Over yonder.
Maybe the Genesis paragraph means that, like, there are different oceans, right?
That's what?
There's the Atlantic Ocean and there's Pacific.
No. You couldn't be more wrong, Peter.
Are you arguing for the Bible, Rich?
I'm arguing that the Bible says something, and it's not that.
Says. What does that mean?
The one thing I found about the Bible is, yes, it says a lot of things, but also people say a lot of things about how they feel about what they read about it.
Yeah, it's
Not
almost
even
like
what they
everything in the Bible is just what people felt to put in it.
No, I mean not about what they read in it, but what they read about it.
If you read between the lines, are you still reading the book?
No. You're reading between the lines.
Between the lines of?
Is the book, you saying the physical book or the words in the book? What do you mean?
Well, that's pretty philosophical. I mean, I would take a book to be the summation of the words. By any other cover, it would still be the same book.
Yeah, so the physical book or the words in the book?
I take those to be synonymous. I take those to be synonymous.
Right, well, if you're reading between the lines, then you are still reading the book physically.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you're reading between the lines, reading the book, then you're not reading the book. You're reading between the lines and interpreting what you want to say about the book, putting your own opinion in between the words. Correct?
Yeah, but at the same time, if you have a story that's like little Susie was hungry, little Susie went to the market, she purchased some food, and then she came home happy. It's still part of the story that you infer that little Susie ate when she was at the market. It's still part of the story, but it's not. There are no words in the story that say she ate.
Yeah, well, she could have just not become hungry, you know? Maybe she was fasting and the hunger went away. Like, who knows, man?
It's true, but that's all based on interpretation. But I would say the safest interpretation of that statement would be that she ate, but it could not be definitively so. Which is the problem with people saying there are definitive answers in the Bible when there aren't. It's interpretive.
Who's brought up that argument?
Others that I've spoken to.
What do you mean by that, though? You're saying there's no lessons
I've spoken
in the
to
Bible?
people that aren't you, and they said that.
Wait, what?
Are you saying there's no lessons in the Bible?
That's how did you get that from what I said?
Are there lessons in the Bible?
Yes, there are lessons in the Bible.
Good.
Nice.
Are there lessons in Harry Potter? Yes.
Probably, because it's a...
I think they stole the lesson from the Bible, though.
Not in Harry Potter.
The school based on the action that made you, or that the punishment of which was death. You think that the book that says and is about people doing something that is punishable by death in the Bible is copying from the Bible?
What?
Yeah, I don't.
Witchcraft is punishable by death in the Bible.
Right.
So how can a book about witchcraft and a school about witchcraft be based on the Bible?
Like
if everyone's not being killed
I'm
by
like
God.
I'm like if I have Down syndrome and I like look at it like through like such a like a low IQ like perspective. And then
What do you mean if? What do you mean if?
Like if I like had massive Down syndrome on like if I was
Yeah, what are you talking about if?
Right, so I like I might have really severe autism. And then I'm like trying to like realize like Harry Potter has morals.
Why are you talking about disabilities? Like, why did that come up?
He's saying that if he interpreted it like I did, which he's equating to,
I was calling you Down syndrome.
Yeah, he's calling my reasoning.
Oh, and you're interrupting as autism.
Well, I was just trying to help him get his words out.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think interrupting's part of autism, is it?
Oh yeah, it's like no social cues. You can't really read the room, you know.
I think interrupting is more to do with ADHD than autism.
ADHD is part of the autism spectrum.
No.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no. Says the autist. This guy a vaccine. Quick. Someone
What?
vaccinated.
Said the autist who got the vaccine? What?
What? Wait, what?
What?
Wait,
I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
Wait, whose side? Are you on Timbo's side or my side?
He's not
for the
no
shape of
one's
the Earth.
side.
No, for the shape, for the
okay.
orientation, and I just want to know if you're on my side, I'm gonna be pissed.
Do you believe the Earth is a ball? That's the question.
Yeah, it's like when I look at the Bible, it's like
that
wasn't
a question.
If you had Down syndrome, would you think it's flat or round?
So hypothetically,
yeah, that's what if means.
Yeah. So let me clarify here. So like hypothetically, like if I was on the spectrum.
Yeah, hypothetically.
And I wasn't white. Like let's pretend I wasn't white. I was like brown or like.
Okay.
Like what race am I though? What race am I though? Obviously not white. Like what race am I?
Are you guys trying to open up a Waffle House here today or something?
Yeah, with bacon and eggs.
Let's pretend like I'm Cambodian. I'm Cambodian.
So what?
That's all he wanted to say. Apparently, he's just said, "Imagine I'm Cambodian."
Can you guys imagine that though? Isn't that awesome?
No, I've got no imagination.
I'm gonna use my imagination.
Listen, dude.
Oh, cool! It worked.
Listen, dude. Does gas pressure require a container? Someone unmute him.
I reckon I'll imagine him talking again.
Does gas pressure require a container? If you had Down syndrome.
Well, I just got muted. Like I don't want to like bully. I know.
I'm mute,
punching down. Like every time I talk, I'm punching down.
No, I think that you shouldn't answer Rich's questions because everything he's saying.
I'm like punching down.
Davey,
I don't
Davey
want
Jones,
to.
close the locker.
My apologies.
So I suggest that you don't answer any Rich Evans questions because they're likely just going to lure you into a trap.
I also agree. He brings shame to Globers.
Anyway, welcome to the chat.
Yeah, so like
Here's
if I
your-
was a Cambodian Down syndrome guy, I would
So
say,
anyway, it's non sequitur to the ground. I'm trying to bring it back to the actual conversation. And
So that
Rich is
was a
pushing
little
buttons to try and take you off into the weeds so that he can get you in trouble.
That's not cool. Hey, first of all, that's not cool.
Yeah.
Don't trust Rich.
Second of all, I think the Bible has a lot of like moral like lessons that you can learn from the Bible. We apply to everyday life. We apply that to everyday life. And actually, like our whole existence is based around that. And actually, like all the holidays, like also based around that. It's just kind of crazy. It's just like our whole existence is like based around that.
Most of the
And like Jesus, like
most of
like
the
all
holidays
the
are
people that witnessed
pagan.
Jesus, like just it
Most of
happened.
the
You know, but it's
holidays are
like
pagan holidays. You're wrong. Everything you said was wrong. Apart from there are lessons to be learned in the Bible.
am I gonna get muted if I call this guy like a dumb retard? Like, can I say that? Can I call?
Maybe we should talk
Yeah.
about the shape of the Earth.
I'll be exiting you from the channel.
I didn't mean that. He's a nice retard.
All right. See you later, dude.
I have Down syndrome.
Yeah, a good. Maybe you should go to the 24/7 Down syndrome server.
Oh, that's what this was.
Yeah, good one.
Like that.
It was pretty funny.
That was pretty good. That's pretty good.
All right, you ready to have a conversation or not?
Yeah. I believe in race realism. I believe there's a hierarchy on races and choosing people.
See you later, man.
He wasn't ready.
You're not ready for life. At all.
Anyway. Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
You have to have gas to even have gas. Isn't that weird?
I just came up with a more interesting question. The usual question is, can you have gas pressure without a container? How about, can you have a container without gas pressure? Has anyone ever been able to demonstrate a container without gas pressure? Just came to my mind right now.
Are you saying containers are because of gas pressure?
Hey there, you
Oh,
guys.
not yet, not yet. I'm just saying, has anyone ever demonstrated a container
I'm
without
quite
gas
happy to
pressure?
be here, you guys. Ever since I switched to the flat Earth model, I've been.
Is someone else going to embarrass you?
He can fuck off, that Saudi man. Does the same shit every time he joins. Seems a troll.
I'm gonna head out for a little while, but I'll be around. I'm just staying here and stay muted.
Have you ever seen gas without resistance?
Hey guys, what's new? Did I miss anything?
Nope, not really. Pretty calm here right now.
Yeah, it's been very quiet all day. Oh, I think Daz asked me a challenging question. Like I said, this whole movement is based on a big misunderstanding. Hey Daz, what is that in your profile pic? Guys, is my audio dead or something? Like, come on, let's talk
No,
about
you're fine.
containers, code proof. This is streaming live, y'all. I have a question to my flat Earth brethren here. Do you guys
Sure.
in Twitter at all with other flat earthers?
Say again?
Do you engage with the flat Earth community on Twitter?
No, I'm just here.
Do any of you attend the Flat Earth Fridays? It's a space on Twitter that happens on Fridays.
No, how often have you been there?
That's how I got into Flat Earth in the first place.
Oh, okay. So, what information did you gather from there, and what's different in here? What you've heard?
Well, first of all, I was curious back then if Flat Earth was for real. And then I got kind of my first taste of all the different Flat Earth claims, or let me see, claims, interpretations of reality. And then through one of those guys, I got a recommendation. He recommended for me to go and explore Discord. So he gave me a link to like the 24/7 Flat Earth server, from which I'm currently permanently banned, but also this VC. So, and when I came here, I saw that there's like a very different Flat Earth community here than there is over there. And since then, I prefer to be here.
Well, I'm glad that the right person pointed you out towards us, because we can actually provide with actual evidence that the Earth is flat. You know, in terms of what you've heard, we have to engage in this further to actually distinguish what information is right and what we would say is not. You know, because we have a different approach here in terms of engaging in this kind of information and make beliefs, you know.
I agree. Especially on this VC here, you're more to the point, and you also not make claims that go beyond certain
Peter, you're
basic
only saying that because
surveillance.
this is the only place you're not banned from.
No,
I'm just
I
joking.
mean this. I mean this. And yeah. Plus, now there's a big kerfuffle there on the Twitter with some of the accounts that I've been following because they have all become Nazis. And they keep getting their accounts blocked for like endorsing, their fear too much. So
So you mean they become more political in terms of
yeah, like it's a
who
whole
is friend or
package.
foe or something like that?
Yeah. Like basically, they cannot stay focused on just Flat Earth. Flat Earth is not enough for them. They have to get like some ether and some Nephilim and Jewish conspiracies and
I mean, of
alternative
course.
history.
I mean,
Tartaria. Have you ever
yeah,
heard about Tartaria? That's like
yeah, of course. I've studied all of it, but despite that, you even here we have sometimes people talking about this. You know, it's no different than that. But in terms of
but it's very
actual,
rare.
If I may, Ripcord, very quickly, I
sure.
will say that this is the room where it would usually be shot down. You know, someone starts to very lightly tiptoe into something that like is not flat Earth for like let's call it that, and then you're boom. Hey, this is off topic. Let's get back on topic. And then there's also the times, such as right now, where we can be adjacent to the entire flat Earth conversation and have a great time.
Yeah, we shouldn't combine our biases towards politics and religion. Usually, I'm a Christian myself, so I would always point back to the Bible again. But regardless of this, we try to stick to actual points of evidence that we can observe, measure,
Yeah.
and put into perspective for others, into a neutral state of where you can form your mind after that, and then decide for your own whatever biases you have, for example.
Well, I don't know that I decide my biases, but
No, I mean Peter in general.
oh, sorry.
Because he came off like he came into this topic with a neutral state of just a point of interest.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing out. So
Yeah, I did as well, for sure. I kind of got into a couple bad habits, maybe a bit too jaded towards the whole thing. But I am here for honest conversation. If that's what my interlocutor's providing, then I'm right there with them. But then again, once my provocateur or the my interlocutor becomes a provocateur, then he provokes it out of me. But I should be like Peter and rise above that. Wait, no, I don't
I
like
agree.
Peter.
Be like Peter, Rich.
No, I don't
Be
like
like
Peter.
Peter.
Never mind.
You should.
I
Be
forgot.
like Peter.
I forgot. I don't like Peter.
I mean, I don't know much about Peter here right now. At least he comes off neutral and not as a clown or something like that, you know.
Oh, yeah.
But even if he is, you know, don't point it out right now. I try to form my opinion on myself.
Man, if you can't see the big red nose on his face, I don't know what will, but I'm joking.
Stop it.
No, I'm trying just to be fair.
Well, I applaud you in doing so. Peter, are gas pressure and atmospheric pressure the same thing?
Not well. No, one is more generic than the other. Gas pressure. Atmospheric pressure is a form of gas pressure, I guess.
Oh well, you got him there.
Is a kind of.
Well, gas pressure is a generic thing, right? Could be any gas. Atmospheric pressure is the pressure of the specific gases that form the atmosphere of the Earth.
That's correct. Any gas basically forms any kind of whatever name you give it, you know, atmosphere, anisotropic, or whatever.
But
So
just
you are correct.
to be clear, like gas pressure is a more
Form
specific
of
term.
state.
Well, I'm just saying it's more specific than just saying pressure, right?
Yeah, it's pressure of a gas. Everything has pressure. Solids have pressure, liquids have pressure. Gas pressure is the pressure of something that's in the state of being a gas.
Correct. And so is any liquid, and so is any solid.
Yeah. So far, so good. We're building
And that
bridges.
pressure, right, is caused by like what exactly?
Well, by the pressure is the representation of the kinetic energy of particles and the amount of particles contained within a certain volume. So their movement is creating the pressure.
Oh, wait, I guess you're mixing up the way of moving something into place and something that stays on its place by its own. So you're talking about kinetic energy. That means there has to be something moving it into place where it is, but it actually moves on its own and seeks its equilibrium, causing a neutral state.
I think you made a lot of claims that I cannot comment on, but all I know is that similarly to how temperature is a statistical measurement of kinetic energy of particles within a
Kinetic
certain
energy
volume.
is something that moves, someone is about to move something
Kinetic
into.
energy is someone is about to move something?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Well, if you have a ball in your hand and you throw it, then you apply kinetic energy. You you use your muscle to actually put something into another state that is not its usual state.
Right, but
You have
like,
a pretty original definition of kinetic energy that is
but
maybe not
Ripcord, think
mainstream.
of a rock on top of a big hill, right? The wind is just kind of moving air around, which erodes some of the rock or the dirt under it. And so it has what? Potential energy, right? And then the wind would erode it and then it would fall with kinetic energy without any beings in like interaction with it, right? A
Yeah, but
falling boulder
we are.
has kinetic energy.
Yeah, that's true, but we are not talking about moving things right now. We are talking about the state that is with the element itself. If we want to apply it, I mean, we can. Then, of course, then its statement would be totally right. But in a neutral state where nothing of this is happening, there's no wind going on right now. This, we are just observing the state of the element that would apply to itself.
I think wind's always going on, but just
Yeah,
less.
sure. I mean, come on.
We had such a good start and we ended up here. I don't know, how
Sorry,
did we end up here?
where would you like to go with it, Peter?
I don't know. Our friend Ripcord was going somewhere, and then we started debating what kinetic energy is.
Yeah, I guess I threw you off.
No, it was my bad for thinking I would help with that.
Or it was actually you, Rich. You were about to embarrass the globe by interrogating me about gas pressures.
I was just asking you questions, trying to be an honest interlocutor, but you know.
I think you just played opposition to discriminate to bring shame to us globers. That's what I think, Rich.
You're right. Jenna pays me.
Yeah, I knew it. You wouldn't be doing this for free.
All right, maybe just this once for nothing. You. Morvis, that's actually entirely MIDI. So I would never call myself a guitarist, but I composed it, for lack of a better word. Never call myself a guitarist. Never. Exactly. It wasn't bad. It's just more like me throwing stuff at a computer. You know, I'm not saying it's high art or nothing. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to it, though. For anyone else, he's talking about video. If you click my little name there on the side, YouTube link that takes you straight to my channel. It's called A Drummer. I have some pretty funny edits of Discord debaters to music. I haven't done any of the flat earthers, but
All right, where's the Piper is pretty funny.
yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. ZZ Top. That ZZ Top is metal? That's
It's a form
he's
of
got
kind of
he's
blues
got
metal.
he's got yeah, like metal requires long hair, so he's got it on his face.
Sure.
Peter, did you know that the only member of ZZ Top's band that didn't have a beard, his last name was Beard?
Yes, I did know it.
Morvis, that's a cartoon. If you want to give me evidence that ZZ Top is metal, you have to show me how you measured it to be metal, okay?
That looks like really old CGI.
Yeah, it's a cartoon. I don't want a cartoon model of metal. Is that a single? Like, that's the name of the song? Okay, so the opening to the first song is not that metal. Magic Mechanic, is that the one? Well, I thank you. Sorry. I was, that's almost more like jazz. That's weird. Oh, that's awesome.
So anyway, Peter, do you have any more questions?
No, I think I'm good, and I think we're in total alignment regarding gas pressure.
All right. So what about the new guys who have joined us? No, just left. What about Sergeant Larson? Are you there, sir? Be right back. Shut off K.
Morvis, but if these videos don't tell you one thing, is he even here anymore? No, he left. Oh, he is. There's a creepy cherub face.
He never speaks.
If you're gonna learn anything from these videos, it's that old composers underappreciated percussion. Like the timpani parts that you get, like they're kind of fun and stuff, but when you hear what like drummers are able to do today, obviously it's in the modern style more so, but like that's still pretty legato. But they held back on the drums so much. I feel like I guess Stravinsky, yes. What's the other? Tchaikovsky, but like they're both romantic. So it's like when you talk about the greats, when people are like, "Oh, Mozart, oh, Beethoven, oh, Bach," like Bach he didn't respect drums at all. He didn't understand how good church drumming would become.
Who took Rich off?
That's a good one.
What's Rich doing off the red mic? Get back on.
Hey, we're all having a good time here.
I'm kidding, Rich. Just wherever you go, it's red mic Rich. You just change your name.
No tanks.
What was that? What did you say?
No tanks.
There you go. There you go. It used to be that nobody wanted to say no thanks because nobody wants to be polite on Discord. Because I used to be thanks, like no thanks, and but nobody would ever say my name. They don't want to be like use that kind of language.
Oh, I thought you were just like anti-war.
Yeah, or like someone said anti-war, or like really good at video games when I get no tanks.
Or that you're against gas pressure.
Yep, that's another popular one.
Mm-hmm.
But I've settled on making you say no thanks with a lisp. I've settled on that. That's the one that makes me the happiest. Say it again.
No, you only get two.
See, nobody wants to say thanks. Now that you know the origin.
Yeah, now that I know you get like satisfaction from it.
No, it's not that. It's because it has the word "thank you" in it. You don't want to like even.
Well, thank you. No thanks.
Who are you talking? Who are you talking to though?
You know who says no thanks?
Children.
Rich said it twice earlier.
No, Russian soldiers after they ran out of tanks.
I get it. That was it. Everybody's laughed out. All right.
Oh no, I muted myself to keep laughing at Peter's joke.
Today is a very slow day.
When you got Rich unmuted, that's a slow day.
True.
I know,
True.
right? Like digging deep for content.
Well, the boys over in the apologetics room, they've been keeping busy all day. Fox hasn't been on in a while.
He was on yesterday.
Yeah, for just a little bit, just to kind of make an appearance, I think.
He was here to sell some NFTs.
But maybe. It's not, it's not terrible.
Like usually what happens, Rich, if one of us starts proving the globe, people are going to see it on YouTube, then they jump in, and then they're going to go after us. So for now, we're just being neutral, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Proving the globe.
Standing down.
We can prove things now. That's good. I mean, I don't mind that. Right? So sometimes I'll use it to, I guess, my advantage. But you get into, like, again, the apologetics server, the theist experience. You're talking to the guys. They come. They say, "Listen, I don't know that I don't know. The only thing I know is I don't know that I don't know anything, and I don't even know that." And I say, "Listen, do you know the Earth's a globe? Yes, absolutely. I know it." Say, "All right, there we go. Got him."
And let me guess, they cannot provide any measurements of the curvature.
Yeah, they're just like you guys. They'll be like, "All right, but I know it. I know it. The globe. I know it."
Just a religion, man. Just a belief.
I mean, you would have to agree. I mean, I would have to agree that I run into flat earthers who I think don't have any proof.
That did happen a couple times to me, I have to say.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a flat earther. The Earth's not flat, like, obviously, right? But yeah, by the definitions that we all like to just categorize people into. But yeah, I've met. They'll say, "Well, I don't know this or that. I just don't believe in the Earth being a globe." So I don't even know if I call those guys flat earthers, but they say, "Yeah, I'm a flat earther."
Look at your profile picture.
What of it?
What is that?
It's like showing the core of the Earth and the mantle, and then the crust, and it just says "not real."
Oh man!
Are you saying that is the
It's
real deal right there?
indicative
And
of
that
a flat earther. Oh,
I'm saying, what the meme,
No.
the profile picture, is that real?
That doesn't equate to a flat Earth.
I said it's
think,
indicative of. I didn't say equates to.
but you know what is funny, Rich? I noticed now that you said it. No Tanks has that, and then Daz Studio 68 has some strange landmass in his PFP. And we know that people here in this VC, they often say we don't claim any map. So I wonder where he took that shape of the landmass from. I was going to ask him, but I think he's sleeping. It's some strange time over there on that landmass. But
It represents the rhino, like his people, the rhino.
it looks like a dog. I always thought it was like one of those large dogs, a head of a dog.
Yeah, it could be. Yep. Yeah.
I wonder what that is and where he got it
I've
from.
actually, we had fun one time when years ago, some guys taking all the continents. You can pull every single one is a different. I think China was like there's like a gecko in there with a spider. Every single one is like an animal.
Cartoons, man, just cartoons.
Well,
So he has a cartoon.
Point, yeah.
You have a cartoon.
Right, it's the richest point. Like,
I have a
cartoon,
cartoonish
Rich.
person.
That's not real. Like, the thing that's in the picture that I say is not real. You agree it's not real. It's a cartoon.
It's definitely a cartoon.
Yeah, yeah. So we all agree.
If I saw something like this, like what you have in the PFP, like in my room, for example, I would freak out because I would say, like, that's not real.
Floating text would be weird.
Yeah.
Is that what gave it away?
No, the colors and like the why is the thing kind of hovering like it's a half an egg inside of a half an egg inside of a shell of an egg? It'd be really strange to encounter, like in my kitchen, for example.
Yeah, so we all agree that's not real.
I'm gonna go get some coffee from my kitchen to make sure that something like that is not floating in the air there.
Watch out, you might walk into the room and see an olive, in a plum, in a grapefruit, in a coconut.
What you're gonna find liquid in a container.
Hopefully, it's not on the floor.
Yes. It's in the container, it's in the coffee machine.
Correct.
And it's surrounded by gas pressure.
Surrounded by gas pressure.
It's not surrounded by gas pressure because there's a container on the sides.
But it's not sealed.
Everything's surrounded by pressure, Rich.
Exactly.
Oh, geez, now I feel under pressure.
Yeah, so you should.
No tanks. Do you remember when I had that flat Earth conversation with Ben that lasted all of about 10 seconds?
Kind of, yeah. See, Ben is like somebody I'd say he's just a globe denier at this point, but he believes. He doesn't know, but he believes the Earth is flat.
He's the only reason I'm banned from the apologetics room. Well, that and Bach couldn't be bothered.
He couldn't stand watching that video any longer. It was taking for. I just had to go and just watch it myself. And just stop every 2 seconds.
People are afraid of globers, man.
Earthman is because I left. That's why it's so quiet in here.
Hey, Rich, I have a question for you, Glober to Glober. What is the thing about the globe that scares you the most that's going to get exposed as turned against us? You know, what's the weakest link in the globe model? Do you ever wake up at night
You
thinking...
You, Peter, are the weakest link in the globe shill.
It took you a while. It took you a while, but I like it. No, but seriously, do you wake up at night thinking, "Oh shit, what if someone asks me this question on the Politics 24/7 Flat Earth EC? What am I gonna do?" Do you have something like that?
No, I don't have a topic that I shudder when I when I think of being asked about it. The apparent flatness, I guess, would be the biggest weak link.
That when you like walk outside into your backyard,
When I
everything seems flat.
when I put a board down and it's level, a ball doesn't roll. Or like if I'm in the street and I'm like standing on a flat street, I put the ball down, it doesn't roll. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, exactly. When you look out at the world, like it doesn't immediately become apparent that it's curving away from you.
Like if you applied zero effort to trying to measure it, but just kind of eyeballed it.
Yeah.
You know, when you hang a picture, your wife asks you to hang a picture. You don't use a level. You just eyeball it, right? You go like, yeah, I guess that's level.
You don't know my wife, but
oh, okay, yeah. Good point.
I don't because I don't have one. But my girlfriend is like, if I hang anything in this apartment, my girlfriend will be the first one to be like, okay, yeah, just a little touch up there. You know, it's always just off. But
so even in those simple applications, you don't just eyeball it. You deploy your Home Depot. I have one of those
yes.
Lowe's Cobalt branded levels.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as long as you don't do that, then the Earth looks dead flat.
As long as you don't measure.
Yeah, like as long as you don't look too close.